We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, Souq Enlightenment. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day.
I'm delighted to welcome you to the Wednesday's edition of The Front Butters on Souq News TV. I'm Blessing Aichi. This is the show that you like, the show you've been craving for, where critical issues can be handled that will bring about change in every sector and possibly, let's say, every aspect of life, because a society is made up of different parts. You have a family, you have government, which handles governance and policies, and you also have the citizens, the residents, who have their roles to play. All of this aspect that we attend to as we discuss issues on the front burners. My two partners are here with me this morning, Dr. Dausa Usamanze and Priye Krumale. Good morning, gentlemen.
Blessing, good morning. They say the only thing that is constant is change.
Yes, that's true.
And in the last 2 days, I have experienced some change.
Yes, we did experience some change because you were away. And we missed you, the show missed you, but we also hope that you brought some kilishi or whatever is obtainable where you went.
Well, that can be done off camera.
Okay, I'm assured of that now. Priya, how are you doing this morning?
I'm okay. Good morning to you, Blessing. Doc, welcome back. So what's kilishi?
You're Nigerian.
Go and check what's on dictionary.
Should we tell him? I don't think we should.
Include that.
No.
Maybe the Cambridge University should include that in their dictionary.
You will see the meaning of kilishi.
We don't need to tell him, but I know you understand what that means. All right, so let's get into some interesting stories that have made headlines. One of them have already begun to garner reactions from Nigerians, and that is a story of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, ordering banks to publish information about dormant and unclaimed balances on their websites. The Apex Bank's new guidelines require that banks and some other financial institutions publish on their websites the names of individuals authorized to operate the accounts, the type of account, and the address of the branch where the account is domiciled. Yes, reactions already are beginning to come in regarding that. And one of them that I saw on X, somebody said, is that not people's privacy you want to be exposed on websites? And then another thought in reaction to that is, well, it is also for the benefit of those who have monies in those accounts that have gone domiciled. Perhaps some people have too much of it. They don't even remember what's left in Bank A, Bank B, Bank C. They probably are just operating now with maybe Bank D and the others.
Yeah. I think CBN just simply want to play its role as a regulator who has a responsibility to protect depositors' funds and also to ensure that the environment in which banks operate are all right. But I think publishing the names of account holders on the website of a bank is a breach of the privacy rule. Yeah, because the bank itself has responsibility to keep the information of their depositors secret, not publish it on the space. And I think CBN should be able to find a way to supervise and know which accounts of the banks that are not active, and then probably ask the banks or query the banks why those accounts funds are in there and they are not active. Who are the owners of those funds? At regulatory level, that can be done at the back end. But putting it in the public domain, I don't think is the right thing to do, in my view.
What do you think if the CBN is asking the banks publish the details of these account holders and the balances on the website? What do you think they're expecting to be the follow-up action when people see that they have dormant accounts, or when next of kin of these persons see the names of their relatives as owners of dormant accounts?
Well, CBN, having been saddled with the responsibility or regulatory powers to monitor the activities of commercial banks, I want to say you are in the right standing to demand for such information. And I want to think and begin to look for the reason why the CBN will request for that, apart from the fact that it's their regulatory powers to do that. Some of these funds, we've heard stories even before now. Several times the CBN has been on the neck of commercial banks to publish these details. And that's because these dormant accounts, maybe some persons are late and maybe there was no proper documentation for the next of kin of these individuals to lay claims of this fund. And the funds have been lying dormant in the bank accounts. And not one, not two, not three, several. And some other times it could be that the persons, maybe they are not dead, but for reasons unknown, those accounts just lie dormant. For more than 1 year, the law says an account that lies dormant for more than 1 year, because it's somehow impossible when someone is alive and for more than 1 year you've not visited, either you're trying to do a transaction into the account or you are withdrawing from the account or maybe referencing the account in any form of transaction. Those accounts and those monies inside those bank accounts, there have been allegations that some of the commercial banks use those monies. They take over those money. There was a time where some bank chief executives were being tracked by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, and some of those bank executives were even sacked in the process, and their banks were taken over in the process. This could be some of the reasons, and to shine the eagle eye to make sure that some of these bank executives are put on their toes. The CBN is going ahead with that and publishing their accounts in the association website. I don't want to think it's something that the CBN is going overboard or trying to expose people's details, even though one of the excuses that was given by the requirement as the CBN was that they were equally paying attention to the National Data Protection Act. So I don't think they're really going overboard.
Yes, I was just going to bring to our attention CBN's response to that, because I guess they might have tried to cover all areas knowing what the reactions would be. So according to the CBN, in response to the issue of possible breach of Nigerian Data Protection Act 2023, so the bank says that Section 25B of the Nigerian Data Protection Act permits justifiable deviations from the general principles of the Act, and also Section 72 of the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act mandates the Central Bank of Nigeria to issue guidelines on the administration of unclaimed funds in banks and other financial institutions. And then secondly, they said information to be published on banks' websites as well as the association's websites, where applicable, shall include the name of the account, the type of account, the name of the bank, and the branch where the account is domiciled only.
Well, I think I'm not a lawyer and I don't even want to get into those sections of the Constitution. I think if these are subjected to legal opinions, it will differ. The fact that, of course, the law says that you can set regulations on funds that are unclaimed does not empower you to breach the privacy and the confidentiality of a customer and his client.
What about the part of the Act that allows deviation from the general guidelines?
It does not specifically say that you have to put people's data, which is a dealing between a customer and the bank, on a public space. There's nothing in that law that says that. And I think that's where we need to be a little bit circumspect in terms of how we'll interpret rules. You see, like I said, they are the regulator. And the law empowered them to be able to see into the books of the banks as regulators. And then be able to ask very definite questions on some suspicious account. And you know, I understand their own nightmare, but we also must look at the environment in which regulation takes place. Yeah, recently there were these thing moving on the online of people complaining that banks were opening account for them without their notice. And some specific banks were mentioned. And they said, customer said, I never opened the account. But it's like bank are opening sub-accounts for some client, and the clients may not even know that those accounts exist. Now, if that's what we want to check, there's a way, because the law that also establishes the Financial Crimes Commission also empowered them to investigate some of all these accounts. So where there are suspicion, I think it's the duty of the CBN to call the attention of those who are empowered by the law to look into the data and then probe these banks and see if they are violating certain provisions of the acts that enable them to operate. That's my feeling. But when you say go and publish the names and the branch and all these things, you also be aware that the environment in which we operate, where of course you see people can take undue advantage of things, is something that we have to find a way to also avoid. And then of course you find people taking data from online to make spurious claims and the rest of it. But I think if you want to correct a situation, you don't create more challenges for the situation. That's my feeling. And I think it's easier to come very clean and look at the banks and look at the data. And I think with AI today, a lot can be made very simple. So we can find forensic experts who can use and apply a software to be able to determine where these accounts are, what are the details, and then the CBN can appropriately query these accounts. And if the banks or the domiciled banks have no reasons to keep those accounts there, then of course the money can be forfeited to the system. But asking them to go publish the data, I think is a breach of
Doc, your submission is valid, but let's also look at some issues. Now, you rounded off by saying that after querying the accounts and if the banks where these monies are domiciled do not have reasons to keep the money can be forfeited to the system. Let's look at that. Should the monies be forfeited? These are dormant accounts. Could there be reasons why the accounts are dormant, aside from the instance that you gave where some banks have opened sub-accounts for customers without your knowledge? Could it be that some of these account owners, maybe some of them are no longer within the country, and given the type of account that they operate, they've not been able to maybe have access to them and operate them from wherever they are, or some are diseased? What could be the reasons why there are so much dormant accounts?
Okay, so for me, I think even before now, there was a time I experienced something about dormant account. It's not that there was money in there. There was no money in there, so I wasn't even using the account. And the other time I felt, okay, I had some money, I needed to just save it somewhere. You know, the kind of money you kept somewhere, you're like, I'm not going to touch this money. So you want to go and keep it in one account somewhere that you rarely think about. When I went there and wanted to make the deposit, they didn't tell me anything. I deposited the money. When I wanted to come and withdraw the money, I was told, oh, your account is dormant, you have to reactivate.
But I thought that once you make a transaction on an account, where it was dormant before,
no, it was during those times when you walk to the bank, you carry a teller, carry the money and you sign. So I was told I need to come and reactivate. Then I now went there and passed through the hurdles and all the processes of reactivating the account. But these days, technology has afforded us the opportunity and the privilege to operate an account. You could be in the United States and operate a Nigerian account because of technology, by using the bank apps and make transactions. You can be here, and I think you can also do that over there, where you make transactions. So sometimes also, for the sake of transparency, where the CBN could be coming out just to be a check on the banks, but it will have a spiral or a spillover effect as a way of checking some corrupt individuals. That may not be the intention of the CBN. Some politicians who probably must have occupied public offices and in their dealings in those public offices, they must have, taken away money that was meant for the use of the public, misappropriated the money, or transferred that money into an account that is that is their personal account, or probably used by a third party whom they know, their cousin, their brothers, or their sisters, or their wife's sisters, or even their maid. And they could keep the money in that bank account and just leave the money there and run the normal business of the government, or do their own personal business and just leave that money there and waiting for 3, 4 years or 5 years, as the case may be, so that they can leave the office of the office of government or governance. Then they can have access to that money. There have been cases like that, and in order to prevent such cases from continuing to happen on the system, maybe this action of the CBN is coming to the fore, whereby if these accounts are made known to the public, and if a government official who is currently occupying position, or who had occupied position in times past, is having money stashed somewhere in some account that has not been transaction in that account for a year or above a year, and is being brought to public domain, I think if we're using that, it could be another way that the government will be fighting corruption unknowingly. So if those accounts are brought to the fore, to left for the CBN to make queries, and after querying, then bring in the ICPC and the EFCC into the matter to make sure they beam lights on it, and to know the source of that money, who owns that money, what's it meant for, where is it going, for what purposes have been in that account without being used for any reason.
Yeah, but look at it.
But for the downside of it, which could be that it's a breach of data privacy, do you think there are benefits that can come from publishing the names of these account owners on their websites to the owners of these monies?
Most of the time, we don't need to reinvent the wheels. Souq has done something very beautiful in that regard with people who hold securities. There's a website that Souq maintains, as they call it, unclaimed dividend site.
Unclaimed dividend
site. Because a lot of people had investment that they didn't even know they had. Your sister is selling an IPO for a business, and he wants you to buy because he has a target to meet, and then you have to support that person. You buy the stock, you don't even remember you had bought. Same with banking, because we know the era of marketing in the last few years, where, of course, for you to remain in the service of the bank, you must have to bring in deposits to a certain level. And then, of course, you're looking for all your uncles who can help you put money. And so many people have multiplicity of accounts, and they really not realize that something has happened, because it's not their regular banking operations. Maybe just want to help a cousin or a nephew or a niece who is working somewhere, and you just, because of that person, open that account and put money there. And because it's not your regular account, you may not even reason that you could have accounts that are dormant. And then, of course, there are people too who open accounts and they have not told their parents, their spouses or children that they have such accounts. And for people who can keep things, it's difficult that now they have passed. Then, of course, those accounts are not operated because the children or siblings are not aware that those things are there. So just like Souq had done was the fact that there's a space for search. And you open and type your name in there. If you have unclaimed dividends, it will just show which stock you are holding and which company it is. But details will not be given to you beyond your name and the registrar that is holding your resource. And I think this is what CBN should emulate. That on their own portal, all donors' accounts can actually be uploaded, and then people can be given the privilege to go check the portal by typing in their name or their dead parent's name. And if there are such accounts that are not clear, then they'll be able to see them. From regulatory perspective, CBN could.
Okay.
But mandating the banks to publish
the names.
The names on the back, I think, is a little beyond regulatory.
But CBN is a species of the law. It was established by an act of parliament. And if it was established by the act of parliament, it's true that going through the procedures and the regulatory powers that has been given to the Central Bank of Nigeria, that's why that clause is there, that there will be a time where the CBN can deviate. I don't want to even call it deviation because it's still the powers within the confines of the law that they can take this specific action of publishing names. Probably the crafters of the law and those who envisaged, those who actually put pen to paper, not that particular clause there, were actually envisaging an act of maybe taming corruption or corrupt acts, or to dig up dirty funds that have been kept somewhere, unwholesome funds, to bring it to public fore, so that just the way the government, the CBN wants to do in the case of the bank directors, that it will be forfeited. Maybe this might be forfeited as well. However, I think it also depends on banks, or maybe for those who may genuinely have funds in some of these banks that they've not operated for years now. Maybe this could be the time where they should be writing to the banks that, look, we know this is on, but we've come to reactivate our bank accounts, or maybe through a lawyer they can write to some of their banks not to publish their details and give valid reasons that can hold water if the CBN takes the case to court, because that bank did not actually make available those details of those accounts that were inactive.
Well, let's get to see what will happen even though the CBN is giving the directive to banks that they should publish the details of dormant accounts and unclaimed balances within their custody. So let's see what happens if these reactions from the general public would make the CBN reverse that directive, or it's going to happen. Let's see what the follow-up action would be. Are we going to see people come forward to claim those accounts, to reactivate those accounts? Will the bank become better for it, or it's just to ensure transparency so the CBN knows exactly what's going on with the deposit banks? So we'll bring you updates on that as developments around that emerge. But there's still another matter concerning the CBN, as the Central Bank of Nigeria has also issued a directive to bank directors with non-performing insider-related loans to step down immediately, while ordering banks to commence remediation of the loan defaults of the affected individuals. By the way, insider loans can be described as loans given to individuals who are seen to be insiders, like executives, shareholders of the bank, who have close ties, close relations with the banks. Doc, insider loans.
Well, we know this happens from time to time. And most of these loans are taken and they are not collateralized. Because either your husband is the MD or CEO of the bank, or the chairman of the bank, and you need some sludge fund, you just ask this bank, money is transferred to you without due diligence. And most of the time, even without intention
to pay back.
To pay back. Because after some times, this facility or loan gets into what in accounting terms, bad debt. Yes. Because, of course, this is
smart guys.
Yes, because after one accounting, second, third accounting year, and nothing is happening to this loan, the bank regards it as bad debt. That, look, this is not recoverable. And they don't continue to add it to their book. So this happens a lot, and I think CBN directive to directors is in order. But I just feel that CBN should just go ahead and act.
Should we be having bad debts in the financial sector, particularly the banking sector, where these monies are not for the banks, in quote, they are monies brought to the bank by depositors? So why, because a bad debt is money that you can't collect, and then the creditor is unwilling to take action to recover it. So why should there be that sort of complacency?
Yeah, you see, in accounting principles, what it means is that I've given you or I've sold something to you. Now I've made an attempt, and there's an agreement that's supposed to tell me how I'm going to recover this money. So usually I put it in my book to say, yes, this person is owing me, because it's part of, I'm able to recover it, it becomes my money. Now it gets to a certain point, the accountant says, look, this money seems not recoverable. So you don't need to continue to add it to your asset. So you remove it from your asset register. And that's what they call the principle of the bad debt. That this debt, it seems that it cannot be recovered. It's not that the bank may not go after you, but they are no longer calculating it as part of the asset.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So yes, these are depositors' money. The bank is trading. They are also making profits and gains. That, of course, every time you walk into the bank, you get your money, as it were. And some other people are depositing. Of course, they are settling other people. So, but the principle of bad debt is an accounting principle. So, is the fact that there are some loans that you feel that at a certain point that recovering it may become very difficult. And sometimes, some of all these loans, what the bank does is that they recruit loan recoverers, agents who go out after these people, especially those that are collateralized. But the problem with the insider loan is the fact that there are no securities that actually guarantee those loans, because the person who is taking it is taking it on behalf. I remember there was the news that happened in one of the banks when the accident happened, and they said, oh, this guy took about 50 billion for the wife to do construction in certain place. Now, we don't know what security is on that property. Now, the lady is no more. How do you recover such a loan? So it becomes really very difficult. These are the kind of situations you find. And that's why I think that not only the CBN itself should do its due diligence to see that if banks are transacting and they are giving out loan, because recently there's a circular that says, okay, this is the quantum of money that you can keep, and this is the quantum of money you can give out as loan. And of course, the banks that were not following, CBN were fining them. Now, if CBN can know those, whether these monies are given out, they should be able to also know who received those money and do due diligence on them. And where such loans do not follow proper procedure for lending, and I think such directors should be sanctioned, in my view. So CBN can actually go ahead to sanction people without making news out of it.
Now, my question is this. I understand what bad debt means, and I guess that the audience, some people do understand. But the question is, why should loans be given without the necessary process followed? If a certain amount of money is given as loan, even if you walk into the bank today and you ask for loan, there are certain requirements. There is collateral and all of that required. Now, if these are waived and loan is given, that means, like you said, people take that money without the intention of paying. So it suggests that from the onset, the intent to pay was not there. And the person who approved the loan also knew. That's why it wasn't tied, or some of them were not tied to collaterals, because they wanted to exploit the concept of bad debt. So they had it in mind that after a while, if they pay fine, you don't pay, we can easily waive this aside. These sharp practices going on, which the CBN is trying to nip in the bud. What do you think the CBN should do further? Because if you ask them to resign now, the directors where there's so much insider loans, if you ask them to resign, does it stop it?
Okay, so first of all, I won't, outrightly said some of these people went to get the loan with the intention of not paying back. What I think these bank executives, bank directors, bank chief executive officers, other stakeholders, and investors in the process, what I think they do is this. Because of the position they occupy in the organization, that in itself made it very difficult for the loans that they take to be collateralized, because they are shareholders. So if you're asking for collateral, they're already shareholders. So probably the shares that they have or the money that they have in the bank could be, used in place as collateral, even though it may not suffice. However, one of the reasons they go after this money is because they want to use it for business purposes. Taking out that money to run businesses of their own without profit, without paying profit to the banks because of the position they occupy in the bank. So it's like getting free money to run a business and pay back whenever you like. And sometimes businesses go bad, transactions go bad, they make losses in the process, and they were unable to recoup the loan, they were unable to get profit for which they use the money for, then they become stuck. And in that specific case, they find it difficult to pay back. While in other cases, of course, the human tendency will come, which is the instances you've mentioned, where and Doc also, that they may not have intentions for paying back. But now the CBN is coming. It mentioned that the processes of getting back this money must be initiated. It must be remediated and possibly collateralized. Means they are going to go after the properties, some of the physical properties or probably the equity of these persons in question. And if not, they will be, you let them out of the board of directors, out of the board, the position which they occupy. That's a huge thing to lose. So I think these persons are going to go in and out wherever they are going to get that money. They will get the money to have to settle that.
Yeah, but we don't know how much is involved in this money, so you cannot be talking about loss or gain. Yeah, the challenge here is the fact that doesn't ask, why will people take loan without following due process? And there are so many 1001 reasons, not just in Nigeria, anywhere in the world, where you have an insider, somebody who can bend the rule for you within the system. You find that the rules are bent. But it does not apply to everybody. You have set a standard, but you see, people see, oh, yes, I know that this person is not qualified, and I'm sure that he's going to be able to do some certain things with it. And then sometimes they take undue risk. Remember one church some years ago, where after they had done their harvest, and all the money that was made in a year, they gave it to their treasurer, and he took a risk and gave it to somebody to go do importation. And now
there was capital flight at the end of the day.
And said there was an accident, and then of course the entire money was lost. And this chap does not have any reserve where he's going to go get money. It was a big fight in the church because see, people say, oh, what do I have contributed? Because he didn't envisage that those were going to happen. For him, it's let's quickly just do this business. Anything can come and then we will share. So it looked promising. And that happened from time to time. And somebody come to you and say, I have this idea, and I know that it will sell, and give you all the reason in the whole world why it must sell. And now you are looking at it. Yes, this person needed to pass through some processes, but you also are now being convinced maybe he's a good talker or seller, and he has sold you into this idea. And say, okay, well, let me put my fund into it. But at the end of the day, but because you are using yourself as guarantee, even within the police, when they arrest some people, they say, because of his
self-recognition.
Yes, they call it the principle of self-recognition, that this person, yes, we know he's a very responsible man, he's known in community, and therefore, because of that, we can allow him to go. But there are some people that you have to go look for somebody who has so much money to be able to guarantee.
Yes, they must present surety.
Your base. So those rule bending happens in systems. And here you're finding that people are having access to fund, but because it's depository fund, CBN must be interested to ensure that at the end of the day, if banks are winding down, then of course nobody loses money. And really, if you just go and check, you will discover that all the banks that are folded,
insider loans.
Insider loan. Look at Savannah Bank, for example, and the rest of it, all insider loan. So it is detrimental to the health of financial institutions. So CBN must pay attention to it. But I'm saying that they can do it better by looking at the books and see where loans are connected to some certain families, and then they ensure that those things are taken, and where these people have collateral, and I think they should insist that those processes be regularized so that the bank itself, which is supposed to be an entity outside of the directors, can recover its funds.
I want to look at this from two angles. Now, one of them is what Pre said, position. By virtue of the position these debtors occupy, it was easy for them to obtain credit from the bank. And we also know that we live in a society where there's a sort of worship for those in higher authorities, those who are in higher position than you. So the concept of, or the practice of, my Oga comes in. So your Oga asks for loan. You don't even have the voice to query certain things because you are thinking, this person is an executive. This person is a critical stakeholder, shareholder. And you know that the stake that person has in that bank is quite high. Sometimes the boldness to engage certain people, you don't even have the boldness to make them go through the process. That is there too. So because there is sort of an intimidation because of the person's position, people naturally want to even bend the rule. Sometimes so to seem like, I am loyal. Another time to seem like, this person is my girl. So that you can even maybe put a word forward for me later for promotion and all that. There are certain reasons why the rules are bent. It could be that the person who is even bending, guy, you don't need to bring this now. We know you now. It's you now. From you, will I be demanding that? So it's a two-way traffic. It could even be the person who's seeking the loan, who's asserting his position. It could be the person who's approving the loan rather, who's conceding and not even want to ensure due diligence because of the position of who is demanding that loan. And even when certain period of time has passed, where they are to start making recovery, there's also the reluctance because of the position of the debtor. These are also issues. And this the CBN is doing is to ensure that corporate governance is strengthened. I don't think that the CBN should stop at recovering the loan. There should be a review of guidelines regarding insider loans because of how often it happens and the abuse that has come with the system, so that it is reduced. We don't keep getting cases of this. Well, if it doesn't become news and it's within the banking sector, sometimes there is no thorough scrutiny. But when it becomes a matter that is in public domain, all eyes are on the banks that are concerned, eyes are on the CBN, and the CBN feels like they are being watched. So they too do not want to disappoint. They ensure that whatever they are set out to do, that disciplinary action is taken. So I welcome that is news, but I also want the CBN to take critical steps in forestalling this. We cannot really totally, because even in the Securities and Exchange Commission, or when it comes to sales of securities stock, there's insider trading. All of these things we cannot totally rule out, because you must in every organization, sometimes there are those who would compromise. There are those who would not adhere to the guidelines. Sometimes they get away with it, but sometimes they are also caught. But I think there are more can be done.
You see,
there's a place I want to point out.
Is why I said it's not news. We live in an environment where news come every other day.
So another news will topple that.
We topple it, and everybody seems to forget.
I don't think we should let that be, because these are two issues now concerning the CBN.
Whether you like it or not, it makes a headline, and that is what it is. People have looked at some of all these issues. So I think regulations goes far beyond just making
the news.
Okay.
Or really just giving people notice. Is actually also moving out. That yes, of course, it's not intended for the news. It's published by CBN, but I think this should actually be given to the bank to say, okay, well, we observe that there are insider dealings here, and we want these things settled within a period of time.
I think that's where you're heading.
And if in 1 year these things are not regularized, we will sack the board. So there will be no complicity of the board and the directors who are involved in this kind of dealing. You see, because there are some certain things that we hear today that the other bank now, they are still in court over some of these things that we're talking about.
Okay, yes.
Where your chairman has taken so much money, and of course, because the chairman, he has so much share, and he said, I want this thing, and he said, I cannot give it to you. He said, I'm taking my money away and putting it in another bank. And you are threatened. Because if you look at it, only very few people can leave money in the bank, in the environment where we find ourselves. So when you have somebody who can put money and leave it in the bank for you to do trading, at least you should find a way to make life easy for the guy, because if you move his money out, you become the loser at the end of the day. So these are the things that can happen. But I think that regulation, beyond the noise, is the fact that we actually be seen to be doing and taking very serious, drastic measures to ensure that such things are not done.
Okay.
And where they are found, people are dealt with based on the law.
Okay, so what I wanted to point out is that these loans, of course, when they are taken by the directors, CEOs and all of that, sometimes, becomes a source of financial disruption in the whole system. And like you rightly mentioned, bad loans. So in order for them to stem this tide, the CBN is coming up with this. It could be that the CBN has seen from hindsight, from their regulatory powers and from the regulatory hindsight, that look, there's a disruption coming for the banks. The kind of disruption that the banks experienced during Lamido's tenure as the CBN governor, where the banks were actually built. Probably the CBN has seen that something like that is going to happen. So it's giving the banks 180 days to make sure it regularizes these loans, because of the potential it has to disrupt the whole system. And not just that, giving out these loans, the CBN also have a role to play. In fact, they have a role to play in the sense that it looks like these loans are even being approved by the CBN. Because if you look at the report very well, it said insider-related facilities approved by the CBN without specific timelines. Without specific timelines, banks are required to regularize within 180 days all insider-related facilities above the limits prescribed by Section 19, subsection 5 of the Banks of BOFIA, which is the Banks and Other Financial Institution Act 2020, which were approved by the CBN without specific timelines, said the CBN. So the CBN equally is saddled with the responsibility. In fact, it has the power to approve those loans from the CEOs and from the stakeholders of the banks. So if it is the CBN that approved it, that means it approved, because it has, of course, the act that established the CBN gave it that power. And it also gave it the power to use other instruments and mechanisms and ways to recoup this loan back to itself. The thing is, without timeline. So even the persons who came to borrow these loans, we can't really fault them to say they've not paid back these loans for quite a long period of time, when there was no specific timelines for which those loans were specified to be paid back, even of the bank regulator itself, and it approved these loans. So it's a good thing that it's a wake-up call, and the CBN, because it laid out these guidelines for the regularization of this procedure in 2024. That means the CBN already had it in its agenda that in 2025 they are going to be putting out this circular, and they are coming after these bank executives and directors who have not been doing well in paying back these loans. Probably they are taking advantage of that loophole in the law that did not prescribe a specific timeline for these loans to be paid back.
You know, one thing I think, that's why there's a need for review from time to time, because some of the problems or the challenges that we find in the financial sector or in any sector for that matter is that there are the guidelines sometimes are too open-ended. So it gives room for people to circumvent them, people to go around it. There's so much discretionary powers sometimes allocated to authorities, allocated and to people who dispense certain duties, and some guidelines are not clear-cut, like the one you just mentioned now. So if it takes eternity for the debtor to repay, they are allowed.
The law says.
And I think that when you were talking about the CBN, by virtue of its position, having hindsight to know what could happen if you don't recover these loans,
yes,
they always knew. It's just that sometimes we wait for things to go very bad before we begin to take actions. Insider loan has been a recurring issue in the banking sector. It's not today. It happens every now and then, and after now, it probably will still happen. That's why we're asking, what happens to those who have contributed to this present case? If they resign, is that all that happens?
No.
So what happens if you recover these loans? What happens to insider loans? Are you going to review the guidelines under which insider loans can be given? Because insider loans everywhere have to be regulated strictly because of the tendency of abuse. It has to be regulated strictly. And if we look at the banks, the banking system, how many banks have collapsed and how many banks collapsed last year? After the consolidation, it wasn't quite common for you to see a bank collapse. Before it happens, you see merger and acquisition happening. But it seems like the banking sector has relaxed a bit. Now, when the CBN asked for recapitalization, that was aimed at strengthening the bank further. After recapitalizing, and you are strengthening the bank, so you cannot allow anything that will water down the gains of that, and there's a collapse at the end of the day. So I guess that's why the CBN now is doing further audits to ensure that, areas where we may have challenge, let's quickly tighten those areas. But apart from taking up a sort of an action to remedial action, let us also take proactive action to ensure that the cases of insider loans are nipped. They are reduced to the barest because of the tendency.
These are loans coming from rich. These are rich people.
Yes, they are rich people who could also bring down the banks. There are rich people who could also bring down the banks. So there are ways to handle this thing. While you want to keep your customer base, you also want to keep the banks going. Because you cannot say because they are rich people and they have critical stakes, and then you allow them run the bank aground. All the depositors will suffer. The entire system will suffer for it. So there's a way around this.
Yeah, but I think the regulators, the onus is on them to be sure that people play by the rule. Now, even if it is within the rule, violations and abuses are possible. I just told you a story of not a bank but a church where people take undue risk. That is also find that these are properly assessed. That, for example, these loans are not acquired to buy fleeting assets, maybe to invest in cars, buy a helicopter, no. They should be something that is plowed into a business that's viable. And the risk assessor within the bank should be able to do their due diligence to be sure that, yes, the possibility of the loan getting bad is low. That is what it is.
But there's also, the CBN also put up a regulatory framework in place. There's a threshold that insider loans must not cross. And it's about 10% it must not cross 10% of the paid up capital of the establishment, of the bank, which is about 10% of what the stock that was, the IPO that was given to the public, and how much people pay to obtain some of those shares, which constitute a part of the capital base of the bank itself. So there is already a regulatory framework in place to make sure that these loans cannot cross 10% or 5% of your paid up capital. So if it cannot cross that threshold because they felt, all right, at the worst, we assume that it gets to about 10% or 5% of your paid up capital. And that in itself is risky enough, but it's not that risky to take down the banking, to take down the bank.
It's massive.
Well, you do know, that guidelines are one thing. Adherence to the guidelines is
and also,
if you take 10% of it
of the paid up capital,
yes, 2 trillion capitalized bank.
That will be for each bank. That will be for each commercial bank. That's what
I'm saying. Yes, because you have banks. Tier 1 banks are already having their capitalization up to 8 trillion.
Yes.
Now, if you have a bank who has 2 trillion, for example, as its paid up capital, and you're talking about 10%, that's 200 billion.
Yes.
Now, I think, yes, that's massive. Now, because you imagine that one person is taking 200 billion.
No, not just one. That's the entirety of the whole insider loans.
Even
That's what
it is still a lot of money.
So if it's I think it's reasonable.
I don't think it's reasonable enough. The reason I say this is
when you say
guidelines
it's not saying insiders. You can imagine that 10 directors are taking 10%. And that's already 100.
No, they won't cross.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the rules of engagement should be adhered. And what CBN should be doing should be enforcing some of all these rules. Because sanctions come with regulations. Now, when we see infractions, CBN should not be afraid to wield the big hammer. And that's the only way to create deterrence for others. Because if you demonstrate with 2 or 3 banks,
others
the
will
others
learn.
will sit up.
Yes, I agree totally with what Doc has said. If you say there are guidelines stating that insider loans should not exceed a certain threshold, I want to tell you here that they have broken those guidelines. Not today. They have been doing it. And that's why we've seen the collapse of certain banks. If they adhered to that guideline, we would not have had cases where banks collapse. But because there have been abuse of the guidelines, that's why there was major problem and certain banks had to go under. So it's for the CBN to wake up. It's doing a lot, but it needs to do much more. Where there are infractions, you do not wait until that infraction leads to something major or leads to a major risk in the financial sector before you begin to act. Once there's an infraction, there should be measures set in place where red flags are raised when guidelines are breached. So this needs to happen. This needs to happen. And
because we really know, me and you know that banks don't give loan to people they don't know.
Okay.
In Nigeria. And that's real where it is very difficult that even for small business owners to access loan from the bank is like my friend would say, they will ask you to go and bring the head of your great-grandmother that was there 10 years ago. So the rules are set. But what you find is that once it has to do with people within, the rules are bent most of the time. And that's why you see, if you look at really bad loans in the banks, it's all within the people in the system and who understand the system, who are familiar with the system. Some of them may not even be directors in the banks, but they have placements in the boards.
Yes.
And they can actually get anything they want from the system.
You know, this takes my mind to the ICPC ethics and compliance reports.
All right.
Yes, you know that part of the report talked about corporate culture and administration. These were fundamental issues in the MDEs. These are also fundamental issues even in the private sector. So I think largely corporate governance is a challenge. It is a challenge and a lot needs to be done to strengthen corporate governance, whether in the private sector or in the public sector. Because where you have challenge with the corporate governance of any organization, the life of that organization is threatened, where people compromise on the rules and they are not dealt with. Disciplinary action are not taken immediately. It becomes a systemic thing that begins to eat up the life of that organization. So basically, it all comes back to corporate governance, which we should pay attention to. This issue of familiarity, abusing closeness, and having dealings based on relationships that undermine set rules, undermine set guidelines, we need to deal with it. But we move away from that issue to the power sector, where the federal government is to spend 2.3 trillion naira on electricity subsidy in 2025. Electricity subsidy, I don't know. What's the issue? When we talked about petroleum subsidy being removed, and we saw that for quite a while, the price of petrol, premium motor spirit at the fuel station remained same for a long time. So Nigerians were saying, are we sure we are still not under the subsidy regime? So when the government announced that it was going to take out electricity subsidy, people were like, we didn't even know that there was electricity subsidy. But we're hearing again payment of electricity subsidy. And Doc, you are one person who has questioned the issue of electricity subsidy, asking who is being subsidized, who enjoys
the subsidy. Yeah. I think we have said that time without number. When you use Ikoyi economies to address Ajegunle's problem, that's really what you find.
What's the formula for that?
You see, the issue of electricity subsidy, I give you a very clear instance. In my village, in the last 6 to 8 months, there's no electricity. In short, as we speak now, the community, they are contributing money to the tune of about 30 million to be able to buy their own transformer. And of course, bills are sent to the community, and they are taking this bill on a regular basis. And somebody joked with me last year when I visited that when it is 2 days to the end of the month, when they want to come and share bill, they come to shine the light, and then they collect the bill. I don't think that anybody in Nigeria actually is asking for electricity subsidy except for the elite themselves, who of course government continue to subsidize. And I think what we need to do is to, number one, first insist on distribution companies to ensure that they have facilities in place. If people are not buying their pole, they are not maintaining their transformer, which belong to these schools, I think they'll be able to pay their bills. That's one hand. There are issues with generation of electricity. We have not succeeded in even generating enough electricity, and transmission is still a very big problem. And all these things are issues that are huge to the average Nigeria. How is this money going to be administered? How do we know that it gets to the hand of those who really need it? This is it that this money will be distributed across these schools, and then these schools eventually in turn will have to implement these things? These are 1,001 questions that we need government to also pay attention to. Recently, even in Lagos here, we have seen where residents of some certain estates are carrying placards that you promise us the reason why you increase tariff and put us in band A to charge us as much is that you promise to give us light for 20 hours minimum. We don't even see light for 5 hours. So these are issues that government needs to sit down. I think really the way forward is that government must re-advertise distribution of electricity in Nigeria. First of all, let's even have the electricity, so that you will not be paying subsidy to this school who has refused to give my community light.
Transformer.
So this money gets into their pocket and they are living big with it, and then the community is suffering. So I think government need to overhaul that entire system. That if discos are not able to deliver electricity to people, because when they are saying, except that we have identified these people like India has done, and subsidies is paid directly into their account. But if it is going to be administered through the agencies of these discos, then of course you'll be sure that it will not get to the end user, as it were. So I think we must be wary of subsidy that is not properly managed. Just like some few individuals, as our president said in his campaign, we are lining their pocket with the subsidy money. And I think the same is happening in electricity. And I think it is even high time that government need to also take its hand off that environment. And if the discos are not competent enough to distribute electricity, then of course they should advertise for other private people who have money to invest, so that at least first and foremost, let electricity be guaranteed to the average Nigerian. And then of course we can talk about the payment later.
Pri, your thoughts?
Yes, okay. So that's why there's this adage in the society that Nigerians, build their own hospitals, pay for their own personal security, build their own roads, buy their own poles and transformers, then still pay bills.
You forgot to add meters.
Meters. Okay. They buy the same meters and then they still pay bills. So when the meters were coming up in the first instance, the promise was that there's going to be free. But later, when they saw how the transaction was going and how the government and the discos came crying that they are incurring these meters, subsidy was there to ameliorate some part of the payment. But how can we be having subsidy? Because these are two contradictory sides to the whole transaction. How can we be having subsidy for electricity and we'll be having tariff, not just tariff, hiked tariff on the other hand? Even though the subsidy is not for a complete payment, about 178 billion naira was spent in the month of January alone for this purpose. And now we are talking about 193 or 190 billion naira. Where does the tariff come in? The National Electricity Regulatory Commission, how does it even regulate and look into the activities of the discos? If, like you said, they are lining their pockets with the money, how do we then, bring their activities and even their books? Who is responsible? Maybe because they are not a bank, so we can't say we want to look into their books, but there's a place of external auditors and internal auditors and the role they play. We cannot be talking about subsidy anymore.
All right, let's take a break now. When we return, we'll begin policy discuss. It's still the front burners on Souq News TV. So stay tuned.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fist are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The three wise men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The three wise men, Arometa, Souq, Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us on the front burners. This is the Policy Discuss segment. And you know what happens here? Critical issues that concern policies that shape the economy, that guides businesses, are analyzed on this segment. And today we're going to begin looking at the Nigerian stock market. What is the outlook for the Nigerian Stock Exchange for the year 2025? To do this with us, we have a guest, Benga Magbagbeola, who is a chartered stockbroker and the managing director at Sycamore Investment and Asset Management Limited. He joins virtually. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
The Nigerian Stock Exchange has been giving Nigerians joy. Let me say it that way, because when something good is happening, people say, I'm happy about this, I'm delighted about this. It's been giving Nigerians joy for quite a while now. Let's even look at the year 2024. In the year 2024, the Nigerian stock market the Nigerian capital market surpassed Argentina, which it was trading behind. It also became one of the best performing capital markets in the world. And it ended the year 2024 being among the top 4 performing in Africa. How do you respond to that?
Yes, I mean, you're very right. So the Nigeria stock market performed incredibly well. I might just add that in local currency terms, it was one of the best performing in 2024. The key drivers were generally the resilience that investors were able to observe from company performances from the banks, as they go through their capitalization, also from even the consumers that have been plagued with challenges with high inflation, cost of goods, cost of operations, cost of borrowing from banks. The FX instability as well, kind of plagued the market. But those companies, a lot of the companies, especially the established blue chip companies, were able to weather the storm, and investors generally rewarded um, those companies, and that saw that result from the years they performed. I might also add here about the numerous reforms that investors are generally watching out for. Things like the closing of the naira, the exchange, also the removal of fuel subsidies, which generally investors have been looking at on the drags on the Nigerian economy. So those things, those factors came together to generally give investors some level of confidence. We're seeing a very good recovery, spilling into 2025 already from year-to-date performance.
Okay, let's look at what the projection is for the year 2025. So the market's capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange is projected to reach 51.46 billion naira in 2025. Some other experts have also said there will be a 25% increase, 25% incremental growth in the capital market this year. Do you think that's overambitious? Given what's happening in the Nigerian stock market, how 2024 was much of a bullish season for the market, do you think these projections are right?
I'm not surprised about these projections. They are the market is generally again. I mentioned about form that the point that back very bold interest. So it was a case of increased confidence last year, and most of the activity that market came from domestic investors. Now in 2025, we're seeing more prices pushing up from foreign investors who in the last 2-3 years have stepped back from Nigerian. Now they're participating. We're seeing a lot more involvement. So that adds to the level of activity, level of demand for Nigerian stocks. That's a positive. So I'm not even those projections are very in line with my thoughts as well. How the market will perform. What supports this thesis is also the fact that the full year earnings that have been coming out in the last 2 to 3 weeks have been very decent and very positive, generally speaking, from consumer needs. Even from the banks, they were reporting very, very good results, and just shows that these companies are doing well. And in a year where reforms are expected to continue, gains from FX and floating and stability that comes with it is already showing up. Naira has been stable in the last 2 to 3 weeks around 1,005, the fact that Naira strengthening and also remains stable is a positive sign. Very positive sign of a lot of companies that struggle with exchange volatility in your operation. So this year is going to be looking like a year where those policies will consolidate, and a lot of the companies that are on the end here to benefit from the positive economic environment. Nigeria market is very resilient, so those projections are very well aligned.
Thank you for joining us this morning. How resilient is this market where we see that the growth happens only in a very limited sector, especially you find that growth in the financial sector and in the oil and gas? How resilient do you think that market will be?
Well, I mean, there is still this downside risk, as you are rightly pointing out. The downside risk being that for one, the level of demand is also high high cost of living, especially when it hits some other sectors that depend on aggregate demand in the economy generally. Um, as you said, the financial sector has been the main growth driver for the Nigerian economy. So there's no surprise there that things are resilient in that sector. We expect things to continue to grow. The oil and gas sector is growing, given the policies around the, addressing security challenges with our oil production, addressing investment issues. We've also seen some investment activity or some more attention that is being paid by the federal government to the agri sector. Also, with the participation of the private sector as well to inject fresh activity, fresh level of involvement from different players in the agri sector. The consumer space, particularly, which also forms a very large part of the NGX in terms of the number of companies that are listed there. If you look at it from a technical point of view, will benefit from a stable FX environment and a declining pace of inflation. A declining pace of inflation means that the cost of borrowing are also likely to start to come down. Those are positive signals for that sector, the consumer goods sector, the manufacturing sector, that generally struggled, in the last few years. So these are the reasons why I feel that going into 2025, the investment and economic climate is shifting. Obviously not where exactly we want it to be in terms of how rosy we'd like to see it. But things are looking better than last year. And as I mentioned about the FX situation, that's one clear area to look out for. The more stable the exchange rate is, and the more the naira strengthens, following all of the CBN intervention and policy, these things tend to trickle down into the company's performance and operations, and help them to grow and be among the tools of investors generally. So the resilience from my part, from my view, is expected to broaden out from the services and the oil and gas into other more nuanced sectors like the consumer and manufacturing sector.
Thank you very much. I want to take you to a terrain where we look at budget performance and tie it to the Nigerian capital market, and also how this translates to the positive in business in the businesses that we have in the country. For 2024, it was said that the Nigerian government implemented about 43% of the 2024 budget, and if we're to assess the budget performance, it is less than 50%. How did that impact the Nigerian capital market?
That goes without saying. Analysis is very stark. The reality is that an underperformed budget obviously does not go very well on the market. The level of budget performance clearly indicates that there was a lot of potential that was left behind in 2024. Unfortunately, Nigeria has a track record of very low budget performance. Just part of the issue we're talking about from political risk point of view. Again, what that means is that if the government is able to build on this on the previous year performance level, which despite the fact that it was project performance was low, the markets and the companies listed on the NGX were still largely resilient. Building from that level and they're able to achieve a more significant budget performance in 2025, then we should expect that a lot more positive level of activity will filter into those companies. Like I said, I like to use the consumer goods sector of the capital markets as a fair gauge of aggregate demand. Once there is government spending, once there is investment from the government in terms of how the budget is implemented, the performance of the budget, we will see a lot more trickle down effect and increase in demand, and that helps those companies that are participating in that sector. So again, just like you said, the downside risk again, in fact, that Nigeria has a track record for, budget and performance. But what I'm trying to say is that that leaves the fact that leaves is more like leaving food on the table. There's a lot of potential that can actually fill time into the market. But again, that's the risk. If the country or the federal government again shoots too low, and there's a real risk there, then I can just see that companies will struggle in 2025. Again, that's the downside risk of any market or company.
I still want to look at the issue of the growth of the capital market in Nigeria with a population of about 200 million people. And we just have about 151 companies listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Is it that the rules for listing are too stringent that a lot of blue chip are not participating in this market?
That's a very good point you mentioned. That has been an issue that the Nigeria exchange, has been faced with over the years. There have been more on net. There are more companies that are even leaving the capital market than are joining to get listed. I'm aware. I mean, as a stockbroker, I'm aware of some things that the exchange is trying to do to make things more lenient, to attract even growing companies and young startup companies as well. Those are happening in the background. Despite that, the economic environment, which you cannot discount, is pretty challenging for those companies, even established companies. We find that, and let me speak directly to the Nigerian market. One thing that I know that has got across a lot of issuers, a lot of companies who are listed, generally complain about in terms of the challenges that the valuation of the business is generally falls below what the analyst fair value is for the company. So meaning what that means is that there's a lot of the level of liquidity in the market to some extent might not support the sector. Just like we said a few minutes ago about the fact that the financial sector has been the key driver and been doing well. Most investors are generally comfortable with financial sector, the banks, and then only after looking at the banks, now take a look at other sectors. That has the implication of impacting the value of those other sectors. Now, if a company is listed and they generally feel that my valuation, my market cap, does not align with my book value to a reasonable extent, they might be tempted to start to think about alternatives. So those are some of the things that are plaguing, along with some other things. But I know that the exchange is doing a lot of things to try and make it more conducive and attract even young new companies into the market. But again, like I said, the overhanging investment and economic climate makes that takes the ball out of their court to a very large extent. I think personally that by the time we start to see more improvements in the larger economy, for example, in cases of in those policies around interest rates when they start to become more favorable for a lot of companies, when the growth, the real growth for the Nigerian economy is significant to actually drive meaningful progress for the people and even touch lives, then we'll start to see more natural influx from these companies to their team. As you rightly pointed out, the number of companies that are listed are very, very low and hasn't changed much for a very, very long time. And that's a huge challenge.
Let's look at the way the market started this year, 2025. So there was a report that tradings at the market started on a very strong note, even as investors adopted cautious trading. Could you speak to the market sentiment currently? Are there policies that are driving market sentiment on a favorable note or on a negative side?
Yeah, that's a great question. So generally in January, in early part of the year, there is general positive sentiment from the fact that investors, just for a purely trading point of view, investors position ahead of full year dividend declaration. So we saw some of that play out as the year started. A lot of investors were taking position in some of those established companies that paid steady. That was factored in. There was also the fact that, from the beginning of the year, we started to see that the exchange rates, which a lot of investors watch, to see the impact of some of these companies that depend on um, foreign exchange for their businesses, um, was also stable, and the naira was actually strengthening. If you recall that some of those companies, a lot of those companies recorded losses as a result of currency devaluation on their books. Um, a stronger naira and a stable exchange is a very, very positive sign for this company. And those companies were rewarded by investors pouring money into a lot of those sectors, particularly consumer, education, and financial services. So, also, I mean, I might just mention as well the recent rebasing of the inflation rate, and that was also factored into the way things stood in terms of the outcomes, because first of all, from an economic point of view, lower inflation rates generally means that CBN has to reassess its stance on monetary tightening and its monetary position, and with the inflation that was expected to decline. A lot of investors were also positioning ahead of positive attention from the larger market in the stock market. So the 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 changing positive economic climate was also factored in, and we've seen that the market has gained about 4% from year to date, which is very decent, very much higher than other markets that are doing well globally. Um, my view is that going forward, the outlook is also still very positive. As I mentioned, that a lot of those companies are resilient, and the economic conditions are also improving for the operations to see the benefits.
Okay, thank you very much. No, recently from 2024, from the last quarter of 2024 to 2025, there's this observation that was made by market experts concerning the purchasing power of not just the Nigerian naira, but the purchasing power of the average man on the street was drastically affected. And this in itself has affected production, and you are quite aware of how we experience food inflation during the ember season, and currently now as we speak now we still experience some sort of food inflation in it. This has affected production. How does this impact the capital market and the capital market outlook for 2025?
Yeah, food inflation, when you look at the inflation story in Nigeria, has been one of the key drivers along with energy prices. So food has been up almost to 40% in 2024. 40% doesn't even tell all of it. So a lot of food items that common man buys was up over 100%. So it was very painful. It's still a very hard situation in terms of inflation in Nigeria. However, from a policy standpoint, um, inflation is a year-on-year comparison, and coming from a high inflation base from last year, and even looking at the rebasing that was done, which is exactly has the same effect from looking at a base year where the prices were already high, comparing it with the current year. There is expectation that inflation will be going to start to grow. Aside from the statistics of it, in real terms, most food, the real inflation of food items has started to taper a bit. Now, the implication of this for these companies, from the to look at it from the aspect of the common man, is that there will be a shift towards everyday consumers will have to look for alternatives that are cheaper, alternatives to what they would normally buy. The normal households, fast moving consumer goods companies will have to deal with consumers shifting from their normal staple products to other things, to other even more local and locally produced products because of the effects impact in inflation as well. So that's a real concern for those companies who actually service that segment of the economy. But as I said, inflation is on a downward path. Most analysts will agree that in 2025, the inflation rate in Nigeria is expected to start to taper down to the low digits from CPC. Um, so on the back of that, we expect that in 2025, again, the investment environment, the economic environment from an inflation standpoint is going to start to benefit those companies that in the previous year they were really struggling with servicing that aspect of the economy. Now, just to draw back and illustrate a bit about the consumer goods sector. A consumer or individuals who normally buy staple consumer materials like soap and food and things like that, that had to substitute for something cheaper, something made locally, will just mean that the company who's producing that product, obviously not steal revenue or sales from that particular product. They will need to be ingenious to try to source raw materials locally to try to, pricing, which will also impact the revenue as well. But with increasing or improving spending power of the consumer, they might now have the wiggle room to re-enter the market, I see a bit of launches, a bit of more aggressive marketing, and that might have the effect of helping to improve revenue and bottom line.
Going a little specific, the bubble of 2008 seems not completely out in the market because there's a whole lot of suspicion by investors participating in the Nigerian Stock Exchange. What do you think NGS can do to boost investors' confidence so that people can again begin to participate, knowing that there are huge returns? That's one. Secondly, recently we also saw that NGS suspended trading for a particular stock, and investors seems to be in abeyance and don't know what to do. And that stock is not trading, but is value plummeting on a daily basis. What's your advice to people who hold such a stock?
Okay. No, from the NGX point of view, thank you for that question, sir. I think it's a very relevant question because there's a segment of the Nigerian investor space that generally have their hands gone. I was also actually doing that course in 2017 and 8 up to 2019. But what I would like to say about that is the fact that, first of all, the NGX needs to do, a bit more to highlight the improvements that are happening. I know that I'm aware of some of their activities, but there needs to be more targeted information distribution out there about exactly what changes have happened in the exchange. For example, some of the rules that allowed the market to go into downward spiral from a technical and trading point of view, a lot of those rules have been tightened and amended, to adjust the market. So one example I usually like to give is the trading limits on a daily basis. Those rules, some of them were there in 2008, but they were not strictly being adhered to. So you could see that stocks would go up to 20%, in a particular day up, and they can actually, drop to the same magnitude. And there was it was a bit chaotic, So from a technical point of view, those things are now more orderly. A lot more has been done to put those rules and enforcing these rules, even from a technology point of view. The stock market cannot even go more than 10% in either direction on any trading day. That gives some guardrails around, how much movement the stock can actually move within a particular day. So I think some of these things need to be disseminated a bit more, just to let people know the changes that happen, to put the level of confidence of some of these investors who have been negatively impacted in the past. On the point about suspension. I know that the exchange usually sends out information about such suspension. Again, I would advise that investors speak to their stockbroker, speak to their fund manager or financial advisor about any particular name that you're interested in. Sometimes the information is out there, but, because generally it's not your duty, it's not your job to look at this thing. You probably are just not aware. Um, there are rules about suspension. It takes some steps before it gets to that point where a company is actually suspended from trading. Speak to your financial advisor. They might be able to advise you about pending issues that some companies are having and things like that. So that might help to a very large extent, so that investors don't just go blindly into stocks that they just feel that they like, but with more information about it. So it's an information situation. I think the NGX needs to do more to uh, enlighten the investing public, and also investors also need to um, you know get help, get advice from um, experts who are actually looking at these things and with the regulator. That will actually help with that information facility.
Let's look at trading for yesterday. So, after the trading for yesterday, it was said that there was turnover increase of 8.01%, and despite a decrease in volume, suggesting that while a few shares were traded, the value of the stocks of the trades were higher, indicating a shift towards higher value stocks or increased institutional interest. And even for those higher value stocks, investors have been warned that some of those stocks may be, it may be overbought and there may be some correction. What do you say to that regarding the trading of yesterday, and what do you think is resulting in some stocks becoming higher trading stocks and in the advice of corrections later?
Right. So, I mean, my take on trading recent days, from yesterday particularly, if you look at the market, the market actually declined 0.2%. So there's been profit taking, and probably some rotation to, like you said, high cap blue chip stocks. Um, Investors generally are more comfortable with these established companies that generally tend high value, blue chip companies. Some of them fall into the oil and gas and service space. My view is that, like I said, now that we're having more diverse investor participation, the point about Nigerian assets and Nigerian stocks being relatively cheaper to their global peers now becomes apparent. So even though the market has rallied quite a bit, despite a few days of profit taking, the value of most of the stocks on the NGX compared with other exchanges globally that are trading in line with what the Nigerian market is actually relatively cheaper. And that becomes more apparent with more participation from a broad spectrum. So I think that, I mean, that point is just to address the part about, investors chipping into these stocks, whether or not it's becoming riskier for them. Not downplaying the fact that there's always risk in the stock market, but there is also positive headroom for these stocks in the market. But always expect that, by the time the stock hits 20-30%, there will always be investors who are going to take profit off the table and have a bit of correction, for example, before things normalize again and start to move. So that's a normal feature of a thriving stock market. So there's nothing. I mean, from my view, what's happening is a very natural thing to happen. There's profit taking after prices have moved or appreciated quite significantly, and then investors are rotating to other sectors that feel are more stable, probably to be more resilient going forward. But on the whole, the Nigeria exchange, when compared to global players, is still relatively cheap in this current environment that we're in. And by that, I mean a positive looking outlook for the exchange rate, which makes it very favorable for international investors to also come that's my view. So the outlook for Nigeria.
Much. Lastly, for me, I would like to ask, since the inception of this administration, when the MPR, the Monetary Policy, the MPC, Monetary Policy Committee of the CBN, when they meet, we've been experiencing an upward trajectory of the increase in the rate of the MPR. And for Kenya, recently, when they met, they were contemplating of taking it down, theirs down. How does this impact the foreign market, and how can retail investors, navigate the market volatility in Nigeria?
I'm sorry, come again with your last.
Yes, my last question is, how can retail investors, navigate the market volatility in Nigeria?
Okay. Yeah. That's a really good question, because again, the retail investor in the market is growing significantly, very, very likely compared to legal institutions and other investor companies. So that's important. I think that retail investors generally should, in order to try to mitigate fluctuations of volatility, need to look at strategies to rebuild their position over time. Thing that an analyst will tell you in the market is to have a long-term view. I think so. I think that's a good advice as well. When you're in the stock market, it's a long-term investment market. If you have a long-term view, it also helps you to pick quality companies that are doing well for the long haul. That way, when there's volatility, price movement from various factors that are generally not even reflective of the specific company performance, you generally are not really shaking about what's going on. Have a long-term view. That's my first advice. And secondly, have a strategy to buy stocks for the long haul, thereby averaging, bringing down your average entry price in any particular sector. That will give you the effect of, in the long run, your average cost of investment is going to be lower than the market rate, going market rate, and you'll find that you're able to think about when the market is actually down, and just know when the market is up, or maybe when the market is just on an even kill. So having that strategy will help for retail investors, which is to average down your entry levels, and also to have a long-term view in stocks. Of course, I would also tell you that if your stock hits your target, your price target, for example, you made enough profit that you started in mind with, obviously you should take some profits off the table. Don't let greed, rob you of much earned profit. That's something I tell retail investors as well. So have a strategy, stick to your strategy, take your profit when you have them, have a long-term view in the stock market, and you're very likely to win.
Okay. Thank you so much, Benga Magbagberola. We thank you so much for being our guest here today and talking with us on the Nigerian Stock Exchange Outlook 2025. And we hope that the Nigerian Stock Exchange can actually even surpass the projections that have been made, and the economy will be stronger for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Let's take a quick break. When we return, we'll be looking at another matter on Policy Discuss. Stay tuned.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
All right, it's time for us to look at the new partnership that the AU has made with Nigeria, as the African Union. AU has officially endorsed Nigeria as the digital trade champion for the continent under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, the AFCFTA Digital Trade Protocol. So this recognition follows the federal government of Nigeria's commendable efforts in promoting digital enterprise and innovation. To handle this discussion this morning, our guest, Chukwuma Okenwa, who is Executive Director, Lead Network Africa, joins virtually. Thank you for joining and good morning.
Yeah, good morning and thank you for having me on your show.
You're welcome.
All right, so I'm not alone in the studio. You just heard someone say you're welcome. That means that I have two gentlemen who are my partners on the show. Together, we'll be having this discussion. Now, the partnership that Nigeria has come into with the AU, where Nigeria has been endorsed as the digital trade champion for the AFCTA. It sounds like a very big feat for Nigeria if you look at what Africa is doing in the digital sector, and Nigeria picked as the digital champion for the AFCTA. This is a big one. Do you think so?
Yeah, it is. It is. And I consider that as deserving because before now we know that Nigeria has demonstrated capacity, particularly as it has to do with fintech, even far ahead of the West. Yeah, because we know that ordinarily, like to move money from the US to even like somewhere around UK, then it used to take up to like 5 days. Nigeria was able to like achieve that in 48 to 72 hours, right? That was quite disruptive, and that is why when packages like PayPal and each related replication that we saw in Nigeria came on board. It became something up for negotiation and investment. So Nigeria has actually disrupted itself. And then ahead of time, like we saw in the news, Nigeria taking the lead to like organize an economic roundtable, to discuss about digital trade and its implications for Africa. Further lends the capacity of the nation to, serve as a radar to other African countries. And that is exactly what the African Union has recognized. And we want Nigeria to drive that change by, recognizing the country as the digital trade champion. So it's like an invitation to do more, actually.
Was Nigeria expected to play as the digital champion for the AFCT digital trade protocol?
So basically, the role of a champion will always be like to set the pace, right? To drive the change, to be able to like, since Africa Union actually saw the need to first of all like set up a protocol, come up with a document on 8 major areas that this trade protocol should be able to address. And of course, you have things like rules of origin. Then you talk about things like cross-border data transfers, right? So basically, what this digital data protocol is meant to do, it's to actually address some of the what I may call like bureaucratic bottlenecks that has limited the ability of African countries to trade amongst themselves, right? When you don't have enough data, you have emerging security issues and no data to really like contain it, whether it's insecurity arising from corruption, from terrorism, from some forms of thefts. If you don't have data to like contain all of these, you cannot even be able to like build the needed advocacy. And then part of the thing also that the champion is meant to like show leadership in, it's financial technology. That's the fintech, which, like I said, that when it comes to mobile technology and fintech, Nigeria has actually distinguished itself, and it's a kind of a recognition to do more actually, to continue in that might and show other African countries how to do it better.
Yeah, thank you. How big is this really? Also putting into cognizance that AFTA has really not performed so well since inception, as most African countries hardly trade with themselves. What benefit will this really mean for Nigeria?
Well, I think basically what I see this happening, It's further strengthening the conversation on NAFTA. We know that NAFTA has more or less like been like a very good policy on paper, but with actually a lot of challenges, obstacles. In fact, the obstacles seems to be more. Having like looking at the situation of upscaling, failed stories, regional stories of African collaboration to the continental level. Now, what do I mean? For instance, let me even start with okay, just not just the movement of materials now, right? Of goods, but also like of people. When within ECOWAS, for instance, countries within ECOWAS sign a pact as a community, to replicate an EU kind of stuff, where people can move and from one region to another without, from one country to another without necessarily passport control. You see that some of the challenges that we faced in that is, and maybe someone in Ghana feels a Nigerian is not good enough to come into their country, and you want to enter through the border, you see like some kind of ill treatment, right? Meanwhile, regions that we are trying to replicate, like over there in the Europe, you could move from Vienna to Germany and to Switzerland, and until somebody tell you you are now in a new country, you probably won't know, right? That is where like some of those freedom that is expected, we see that work. So when you also talk about like this free trade, we see that the challenges has been, yes, that on paper we say we want to do trade amongst ourselves, like from no trade to, I mean, to from low tariff to no tariff, to almost like other bottlenecks that even make trade impossible and makes it cheaper to trade with someone in another continent. So the only thing I see is that this is going to further strengthen the conversations and perhaps could bring Africa to the table of actually asking ourselves, do we really want to do this? And if we want to do it, why don't we take away the bottlenecks, and match actions or match words with actions?
Very much. So I want to look at the former president of Libya. He was, advocating for Africa to have one single currency. And even though most African countries saw his mode of wanting to achieve that objective as not very, very clean, or it will put them at loggerhead with our Western counterparts, didn't really accede to his proposal. But now, like you rightly mentioned, when it comes to fintech and the mode of payments, Nigeria seems to be at the forefront, and I'm quite surprised that we are, doing this in a way that even the West is applauding us. But within the continent of Africa, when we meet heads of states commune together to speak and why Africa needs to trade with themselves, one of the bottleneck and one of the constraints is the method of payment. If Nigeria is bailing the cat in the digital realm and in fintechs, mobile bankers, where they are the Abuja round table, do you see, what suggestion would you have for banks within Africa using the instrument of the central banks in all of these countries to bring this process seamlessly so that after the trade area will operate rather seamlessly when it comes to talk about trade within African countries?
Okay, so the reality and one of the things that has been like a major challenge is the very fact that African countries amongst themselves would rather prefer you pay them in dollars or euros than in your own currency. But through their central banks, they could have an arrangement where like nothing stop someone that the Nigerian central bank from transacting with the Ghanaian central bank, maybe in naira and in cedis, right? It's all about arrangement. It's all about, oh, you need something from my country, and I can buy that in your naira. But you see, one of the major challenges actually is if like Nigeria bilaterally agree with Ghana, right, to do such things, and maybe like there is trade imbalance between Nigeria and Ghana, such that we have enough cedis to spend, but we won't be able to spend all of it in Ghana. and we are looking the way of other African countries, what is the degree of acceptability of the cedis, right? So you can actually take it to like a country where they will be negotiating the value of it to be maybe like 3 times less than the value of what you got it. We see that actually also play out in all these bureau de change. Why we know that dollar is that whatever be the case, right? It must get its higher value in the marketplace. But if you purchase any other currency, like somebody want to travel, maybe like to China, to Japan, to the Gulf area like Qatar, if you go to like all these bureau de change, right? You are going to get it far, far cheaper, even like the Kenya shillings, far, far cheaper than the official rate, that is available at the bank. But when it comes to the dollars, if you are to get it at official rate, it will certainly be cheaper. At the marketplace, where the real deal happens, the bureau de change, you are going to get it very high. And that's why the dollar is the dollar. Now, but then the question would be, are African countries even willing, first and foremost, to come together, strengthen one another, protect its economy against heavyweights, like the EU, the dollars itself, because you see, it's been actually a challenge for BRICS to break the power of dollars. I mean, for over 10 years, we've had that proposal that very soon the dollars will be decimated. But guess what? Even some people in BRICS will not trust Russian rubles enough, right? Or the Chinese yuan. Because of maybe like inconsistent policies. All of this could impact on outcomes on the currencies. And when it comes to the economy, you don't do sentiments, right? You won't say, oh, I want to do business and make lesser, because from my brother, when you can make it, at a higher profit from another. And that's what happened. So Africans must really come together. African countries must really come together and come up with like a way to actually deal with these things, that has impacted, that has served as a limit. And one of it has always been the inability to trade in its own currencies because it is more profitable, more stable, to have enough dollars, right? That one currency that you can hardly devalue for whatever reason.
It's a good thing to be endorsed by the AU as a country to be the champion for this digital economy we speak about. But we also know that there's a lot of issues in terms of access in Nigeria. Do you think that we have strong regulatory framework really to drive a digital economy?
Well, at the moment, certainly not, right? And that is why, like, even one of the things the Consumer Protection Council has been advocating for is to see like a situation where the NCC, right, could come up with the Ministry of Trade, review some of the digital gaps, even in regulating the artificial intelligence, which has become very disruptive in the sense that it has its own pros and cons, right? Where we look at the role it plays in our aviation, the booking of flights, booking of hotels. We also talk about its um, capability of a kind of compromising the privacy of individuals. Because AI can actually gather algorithms, from people, and then at the end of the day, it becomes something of market value. That the things that you're searching. So I give you an instance of how, some of those things could be like a violation of someone's privacy, right? So just imagine like if there are sites I get to visit and wouldn't want anybody to know that I visit those sites, right? Through like those pixel tracking, I begin to see adverts on some of those things are recommendations, right? And just imagine I hand over my system to someone and the person watching videos keep getting all those recommendations, then it reviews the things I do in the private using my system, right? So there are those privacy concerns when it comes to artificial intelligence, and that's why, like, I mean, when it comes to digital governance, right? There is that which policy framework, right? And also like that coordination and even ability to harmonize all of the activities happening. It's just only in recent time that Nigeria government, thanks to the Buhari-led administration, something that was meant to be to clamp down on Twitter, now brought like a very important conversation. And that is to realize that these giant digital companies has been making money off Nigeria space without actually paying tax. And today, if you want to advertise on any of those platforms, whether it be on X, whether it be on Facebook, on Instagram, you have to like give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar.
Even let's look at the opportunities that Nigerian tech companies, fintech companies stand to benefit from this new endorsement coming from the AU regarding the AFCTA digital trade protocol.
So the opportunities there can only be from the one actually that the government is able to create, leveraging this announcement. And what do I mean by that? I mean, those guys never needed any government recognition before now, to get into research, come up with tech solutions. If you want them to do more, then the government actually could now begin to create ecosystems, of some of these innovators and say, you know what, you guys actually, I mean, we got the announcement as Nigeria government, but this award, this recognition should go to our techies who without motivation, who without tech funds, who without any form of Silicon Valley anywhere in Nigeria, where fundings are pumped in, to encourage research. You were able to do this without government funding and support. Okay, you know what? We're launching tech funds, tech innovation funds, and we want you to do more. We now want to have like that ecosystem where, you can think. And that's exactly, why as you are celebrating innovation from the West, many more will be on the way because they value research, they fund research, right? And at every phase you've seen them disrupt the world through research. You remember like during the World War when Japan became like insurmountable and the US, funded the Manhattan Project led by Oppenheimer, to come up with a weapon of mass destruction. And that was when the first ever nuclear weapon was.
Seems like there's been a challenge there in connection, but we do hope that very quickly that can be overcome so we can continue our conversation with our guests. Okay, I hear that he's back now.
Okay. So that is it. So what I'm trying to say.
Let's give it some time and hope that we can continue the conversation with him. But Doc and Pri, looking at this confidence that the AU has posed in Nigeria's digital system and what has been happening in Nigeria in the digital space, they could have made any other African country the champion, but it seemed like all of the innovations, all of the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian digital economy is beginning to pay off. This is a recognition from the EU.
Well, I think as a country, nature placed us on a very good pedestal.
Okay, it seems our guest is back. Can we get back with him? Please, could you continue your line of thoughts? Okay, so please go on, Doc.
Yeah, so the undersea cable connects Africa in 4 different places, and one is Nigeria here. You have Mombasa in Kenya, you have Alexandria in Egypt, and in South Africa. Now, that creates already a very huge hub of market for us as a country. It places you on a pedestal of advantage. Because for almost all the things that gets through data that move around in West Africa, for example, the gateway is here in Nigeria. And that's why a lot of people have said that the government of Nigeria has not prioritized digital economy so well, because it could actually pay Nigeria more than what crude oil is fetching if there's a whole lot of strategy to play in that particular environment. And it's also good that the bill for the digital economy is before the National Assembly to be able to set a framework to regulate the entire space so that, of course, those who are playing are protected by the law. There's so much we can harvest. And we can have a population of young people who are very active, and we are not investing energy to govern that space. Just recently, UAE made a law to transition into a proper knowledge economy driven by artificial intelligence. And for more than 5 or 6 years now, UAE has a ministry for artificial intelligence, and the country is studying what is happening in that area and giving every attention to it. And I think we need to do more in terms of investment in that area. Look at access, for example. You still find that less than 50% of people in Nigeria, of 200 million people, really have access to this digital economy. Little Rwanda has been able to do more in terms of connecting its localities to a common 4G network. We are still struggling with that because the penetration of internet is still weak here. And I think government need to invest in it. I remember speaking with somebody in Rwanda, and he said, when, of course, Paul Kagame took that decision about 20 years ago, people were asking and said, is this guy crazy? That he's borrowed money to lay 4G cable around, not even his own personal money. But he said after 5 years, you can go back to the same borrower and said, well, we are making more money now than you can ever imagine. And so it's paying off for them. You can imagine what we can take as a nation if we make effort to actually make internet accessible, and what resource that we can actually galvanize from that environment.
Now, the Nigeria actually convened the Digital Economy Roundtable in January, and when the former president of Niger Republic was speaking, he lauded the initiative of President Bola Tinubu in that regard. And then that roundtable actually created the chance for young pioneers in fintech, mobile banking, and other areas of the digital economy to convene. And so it's a good platform for them. But beyond that, the issue of funding remains critical to the digital sector. For some of these apps to be developed, tested, and actually have them providing solutions for trade and other areas where they're needed, some funding is needed. Now, what collaboration do you think needs to happen for African fintech companies, African tech companies to begin to take advantage of the opportunities that are opening up beyond the shores of Nigeria for them to showcase their expertise?
Okay. Okay, so for me, I think Nigeria, if the African Continental Free Trade Area and the African Union is telling Nigeria that we are championing and bailing the cat in this aspect, I am glad, but I think there's more we can do. However, I want to point out this brief data. Now, Africans trading among themselves has generated $192 billion. For the European nations who are trading among themselves, they can generate over 3 trillion euros. Their trade volume is quite large. The Asians trading among themselves is equally running to trillions of dollars. Now, for Nigeria, we have the advantage because we are bailing the cat in the tech space and in the digital sector. So if we can utilize this and not waiting for all other African countries to catch up with us, we can use this and take our place in the African Continental Free Trade Area to move in our goods and also to provide the payment systems easy for other African countries to participate. Then we will not only be there, but equally show others the way.
Okay, it seems that our guest is back. Let's see if we can reconnect with him and continue the conversation with him. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, sure.
Please, you were on a line of thought talking about how Nigerian tech companies, fintech providers can benefit from the endorsement of the AU, endorsing Nigeria as the digital champion for the AFCTA?
Okay, sure. I was basically like saying that we expect the Nigeria government to take that lead. Yes, like I did mention, even before this recognition, we've seen all these techies on their own independently, right? In their clusters, they were able to develop these tech solutions. So since this has been able to end the country and the government, you know, a kind of an enviable title and an enviable status within the African Union, then Nigeria can further sustain and demonstrate its position as the champion by now creating platforms, to advance further research. By that I mean we want to see more tech hubs, funding, very, very important. Like when you talk about Silicon Valley, and then before the disruption from the internet, I was speaking about, how great nations fund research and has used that, as a disruptive tool when it is needed the most. I did mention that, during the Second World War, when like Japan became almost insurmountable, right? Other allied nations that were working in tandem with them, Germany and Italy has given up and they refused to. And there's no other thing the US could do than to sponsor the Manhattan Project to develop the nuclear weapon that was used in both Hiroshima and Nagasaki, to bring Japan on its knees. So to actually create that needed disruption, to be led by the Nigerian people and government, then the government must be able to fund further research in this area, right? I tell you the honest truth. When, as a nation, we value the thinking process, we value think tanks, fund it. What great nation actually practically do is pay people to think for them, pay people to think and come up with those ideas they have, like those wild thoughts of imaginations. Pay them to sit down, develop it further, explore it further, explore those possibilities. And at the end of the day, even if it takes 25 years, they're able to compensate for that level of investment. But here we're all in a haste. And certainly if somebody is this type that want to think and come up with solutions, a typical Nigeria culture of like hustle, hustle intelligence, would want to see that as this person is lazy, right? How can somebody just say he's a researcher? How can somebody say he's a thinker? How can somebody say that he's just there maybe as a philosopher, just to develop ideas, that can either socially engineer the society or like a kind of to develop a data template, that can impact on trade, right? Impact on security, impact on relationship, and impact on collaborations.
You highlighted key points, the impact that these solutions are supposed to have. It goes beyond one aspect of life. And you also talked about paying people to think. Yes, there are co-creation hubs, tech hubs in Nigeria, but what comes out of this hub is what we should be looking at, how to develop them. And yes, you've also pointed out that the patience is needed because these are young people that you're putting together in the space. After a while, they may become impatient when what they were hoping for does not come. So there is need to perhaps create a system that sustains it so that while they are at it creating, there's something that sustains them and takes it further. If it takes quite a number of years or some time to prove what they're developing, to get it to that point where money begins to come. The solution has been tried, it has been tested, and is now approved and marketed. So my question to you is, how do we create a structure that takes care of the time frame that's maybe needed for this to sustain it so that each person did not begin to disperse, go independent because, yes, the hustle syndrome comes in, but they also need to take care of themselves. They also need to move on with life. Do we need to collaborate now with institutions for continuity?
Certainly, because you actually need institutions to drive individuals, because when people are working independently, right? There's really no way to leverage on the power of collaboration and synergy. And what makes synergy a synergy is that, the two of us should be able to like collectively achieve outcomes that will be greater than if we decide to work independently. And that's where the idea of synergy comes in. And to create that synergy, we need institutions, platforms, right? That's going to drive these, get people together, give them timelines and targets, right? And ensure that they are just working. I mean, some of these world organizations that we know, if you literally enter some of them, you just see like a hall of think tank, like made up of those that are just thinking, right? I mean, the very first time I had opportunity of getting into the World Economic Forum, right? Just a very massive space where you just have people just thinking, right? Carry their system, working and just thinking and developing things. Every morning they come there by 9 and they are leaving by 5, right? Just thinking. I mean, they are not they are not coming to carry hoe and machete, right? When you are not at your workplace, they know that there is vacancy. It's not what you are going to bring in, the factor of someone that is talented. Maybe any day you want to come to work, you come. It's real business because Nigeria is going to pay for your time, right? So there should be targets like these policy areas, that the data protocol within the AFTA is meant to address, whether it's in security, right? Whether it's in managing cross-border challenges. All of those areas are areas for ideation, areas, potential areas where the Nigeria government could say, you know what, we need those that work in this area. We need the ecosystem. Just have an ed group of people that research further in those areas and come up with solutions. And at the end of the day, the nation and the entire continent is going to, benefit from such kind of programs.
Thank you very much. Now, recently, this administration established the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. It's an invention of the current administration because of what it envisaged in terms of internal revenue generation regarding the maritime sector in Nigeria. And one of my colleagues equally referred to Rwanda that, has created the Ministry of Artificial Intelligence. So by way of policy, let's assume that with Nigeria's exploits in fintechs and in technology, and now that we have been, seen as the champion by African Union as the digital platform, the digital, front, belling the cart in that particular space. By way of policy, what advice would you advise the government so that we can make inroads and, lead Africa in that space of payment infrastructure, fintech infrastructure to govern that space so that we become not only lead the cart, but to become the authority in that space? And what are the possible earnings that Africa and Nigeria can get from that?
Already, I really think that what we can actually do further now would be to make the issue of fintech an item on our public diplomacy strategy, foreign policy. I can tell you that Nigeria has already become a leader in that particular sector. Like I did mention earlier, that if a technically developed country, technologically developed country like the US who look the way of Nigeria by way of trying to buy over some of our tech solutions, right? Then that really tells you that we are doing well. It doesn't like I always remember when I was in secondary school and a gear that was quite very exceptionally brilliant got to the point of when I became a serious student, asked me a question one day, and I told myself, I don't really need anybody to tell me that I am doing well now, and such a person could actually, lead me to for some level of clarity. So when you have that big shots, in that space like the US, saying, "Can we look at the solution you've developed? Can we replicate the same?" Right? So I just think that the only aspect that we now need to strengthen out, right? Apart from putting it out there, this is what we are doing. This is an aspect of our forte as a country. this is where we're excelling because we need to tell our own story, right? Because of course, whether you talk about in terms of whether in the pros or the cons, right? When you look at the one that has been put out oftentimes in the news, if you ask the FBI guys, right, they will tell you that the hush puppies of this world, what makes them hush puppy, is not necessarily because they are into internet fraud or some forms of advanced fee fraud, right? Beyond that, they do things that make other nations like to wonder, right? I mean, when you talk about like some things like business email compromise, where somebody can use an email address customized from either the government of a nation or from a renowned company, send you email you think is real, send you a link for payment, you are seeing the name of the company, and at the end of the day, you are paying into the wrong account. That's some form of disruption. But you also have some positive guys who say, you know what, we are not going to use this our ingenuity, this our creativity into the negatives. Let's also create like an alternative. And so anybody that have understood how creative Nigerians are when it comes to like issue of tech, we've done that in the negative, we've done that in the positive, shouldn't be surprised. The only thing that we now begin to look at is okay, like attendance security issues that goes with the digital space and being able to like create more buffers, right? To shield some of those innovations, from some forms of maybe spywares, right? Either it's from some countries, like creating more like some privacy because it's simply the simple truth. Just like when the AU building was donated, and over time it was discovered that a certain government that donated that as a gift, created like some spy devices, that was giving feedback to their home country. These are all diplomatic realities, and some of these things has to be part of the design thinking process, not as an afterthought. Security should be should be at the foundation of every innovation, not as an afterthought of, oh, come on, we never thought of how to protect this innovation, from some forms of maybe like hijack, right? So that is the aspect I think we can begin to look at as a country.
Well, thank you so much, Chukwuma Okenwa, who's Executive Director, Lead Network Africa, for taking our time to talk extensively on the AFCTA Digital Trade Protocol and Nigeria being endorsed by the AU as the digital champion for the AFCTA. We do hope that African countries will see more reasons to do business together, and every areas that needs to be straightened out before this kicks off will happen, and Africa will become better for it at the end of the day.
You're welcome.
We've gotten to the part of the show where you do the speaking, and that will be through posts and perspectives. After this time, please stay.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility
post and perspective. Let's hear what you think on the issues discussed on the front burners today, from news analysis to policy discuss. Sir, it's time for us to hear you. And when we talked about the CBN ordering banks to reveal dormant accounts, there were several reactions on that. We have Abubakar M. Namadi saying, nice, it's always important to make sure money doesn't just sit there unclaimed. I hope this is just the beginning of more accountability from the banking sectors. And also we have a message from Sunday Truck who says, hope this isn't just a way for the government to seize unclaimed funds instead of focusing on dormant accounts. They should fix banking issues first. All right, the more on this, and this message says, what measures is CBN putting in place to ensure banks are transparent with this? Some banks can decide to hide some accounts. Do you think that's possible? Because the CBN can have access to as much data as they want from the deposit money banks. But regarding the benefits of this, what are your thoughts?
I think the CBN, because it's a regulator of banks, it may not have access to an individual bank account in the commercial banks, except by way of authority, they request to, but that would be actually a specific person's account. which most likely will be a prominent person. So what the CBN will do is true. Some of the commercial banks may be able to
How would they do
hide,
that? Because if the CBN asks for detail regarding how many accounts do you have, which of these accounts are active, which of them are dormant, that should be easy to...
What about the accounts? What about the accounts that they have that they will not put in the number? They come out and tell you we have 3.5 million people who have accounts with this bank, and it is 3.56 million.
So it now falls on the CBN to conduct a serious
forensic audit. And I think that probably will be the last resort that the CBN will want to go on, because it wouldn't want to just, because some banks might have to take the CBN to court. But by way of regulatory authority, the CBN could go into that.
All right, let's move on to another matter. We also talked about the CBN orders to bank directors with bad loans to resign. So maybe it's more like Judgment Day finally has come. So Adeboye says, please add prosecution, recovery, confiscation, and jail. So for him, there are processes. So after asking them to resign, there should be prosecution, there should be recovery of the bad loans, and confiscation, maybe of assets, and of course, jail term for erring, for those who have been found to err in this regard. All right, and then Kayode Fiscal says, MDs, CEOs that assist those recalcitrant directors to panel beat their non-performing loans should be sacked by CBN and also prosecuted. That's panel beating just drew my attention. You know, when you go to the mechanic workshop and you see cars that have been involved in accidents, going through that panel beating process, you know, just to reshape them. So this person is saying that MDs, CEOs who assist recalcitrant directors to panel beat their non-performing loans should be sacked by the CBN and prosecuted. I'll take one message more on that, and this is from Akpo Ikogu. It says, while it might seem harsh, removing those directors help build trust and strengthen corporate governance in our banks. When banks have honest and strong leadership, people feel safer depositing money and borrowing for real projects. This can lead to more business, more investment, and eventually maybe a stronger economy. What do you think?
Okay, so I think that the CBN, and if you look at the law, is without timeline. So now the CBN is giving these directors and these CEOs quite a lengthy period of time, 180 days. 180 days could be about 6 months. Yes, could be about 6 months, because 5 months is 150 days. Then 100 could be about 6 months. So I think it's quite a lengthy time for them to recoup the loan and for all those who are owing to go, you know, clear up their debt.
Okay, on the AU naming Nigeria AFCTA Digital Trade Champion, we have a response from Shola Popola, who says, we are good at receiving accolades, but we do not sense any effect on the economy or other industries. And we also have a post from Abdul Rashid regarding this, and it says, this is a welcome development and it's no coincidence. President Bola Tinubu earned it for us, and we owe him gratitude for serving this country with all of his heart. Thank you, PBAT. And then finally, this one says, give my 3 examples of the FGN achievements in promoting digital enterprise and innovation. Anyone, please? I think he was saying, give me 3 examples of the federal government's achievements in promoting digital enterprise and innovation. Okay. Well, if he's asking for examples, you have some to give. I think one of them is the co-creation hub, which was set up in Yaba.
For now, I can't really think of any, because...
and there are several digital hubs across the country to encourage the digital economy.
Yeah, I can't really think of that any. I think that person is asking that question because I felt the government didn't play quite a very strong and a more effective role in making sure that the ICTs and the fintechs, you know, earn the laurels that the country is actually enjoying now coming from the African Union. But I think there are lots of assistance and the right environment, the right ecosystem that the government must have created to aid that purpose.
All right, it's time for sports. Shooks John Rogers is ready, and he'll be telling us how much of money has been made by footballers, by lawn tennis player in deals. Let's move on now to the sports world.
Predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board (CMB) was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, headers.
Hello and welcome to the beautiful sunny side of sports. Here we talk about money, business, and who is making, who is likely going to lose, and where the monies are heading to. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. Today we start with the World Cup. Yes, the FIFA World Cup. World Cup rights standard in traditional EBU markets. Now, for those that don't understand, invitations for tender has been put out in the European market. So this is the particular time that African countries, though you might not get those particular invitations, but hey, look for collaborations with those big broadcasters in EU markets and get those rights. Now, these particular rights are for 2 World Cups, the one for next year and the one for 4 years' time. So hey, for everybody, every businessman, every streamer and would-be streamer, these are good business opportunities. Let's latch on. Let's also bring up this particular information for those that are in love with the Premier League and you are in Asia. They are making a whole lot of money, but MTech has said no, it's not going to happen. Now they have lowered the Premier League fees in Indonesia. Yeah, Premier League will enjoy significant right fee increase in other African nations and Asian markets from next season, but that will not happen in Indonesia. They said our people will watch, but we will regulate. That is also what we think Africa should also do. We are not making that much. They are making the money, but somehow there should be a level playing field. Now, for those that are watching, this is about sponsorship. This is where monies talk. Who is putting the money makes money because he sees and his product are sold. The sports agencies make money, the players make money, the owners of the club make money. Where are we going to? SOBA, ICC, cricket. Now they are targeting Dubai property boom, and this is good for both cricket and SOBA. Now the Dubai-based property development SOBA realty, selling properties, building properties. They've signed up a global sponsorship with International Cricket Council, and as it looks, they will exploit the demand for luxury real estate in United Arab Emirates. So now you know why people are also going there. It's not all about sport. All about selling the properties. Let's get streaming. Viaplay readies FTA Pay channel in Netherlands. Now, for those in the know, the Nordic media group Viaplay is to launch 2 linear television channels in Netherlands next month. And you tell me there is no money here. Now, those include one free to air, then the other side you are going to pay. And now this is going to boost exposure of premium sports properties. Let's latch on. Now let's talk about some good things in football. For those that are still wondering why a lot of African teams are still lacking behind, this is it. Now, for most professional players and those within the league and those that are also signed to associations, when there is a problem, the association will rise up and take it. Now, the French Professional Football League, that's Association for Players, they are dipping into their own money reserve to pay League One clubs 35 million owed by a media house. Now, that particular case is in court, but say, okay, good. While this case is pending in court, let us pay. This is where business is good. Let the money keep rolling. We can sort out issues later. Now, for Hamilton, congratulations. He's been in Mercedes for as long as we can remember. So, congratulations. 2025, he's gone to Ferrari. And his launch was aired just some few days ago, and it was beautiful. So imagine having a 15,000 audience and it's sold out in less than an hour. That's some good money. We look forward to seeing some beautiful things in F1 this particular season. He had his run, he had his first motor run sometime in December, and it was beautiful. Now, we're going to see good competition in F1 from Hamilton to Verstappen to the men in Mercedes that are quarreling with the men in Red Bull. It's going to be a beautiful time. Now, for everyone out there, let's focus on where the money is. Sport. We'll do this again tomorrow. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. Remember, tennis in Dubai is also happening, and is happening live. The girls are sweating it out. Now, what is out there for grabs? Prize pool of 3,654,963. I had to say this directly so that somebody will grab Priye a racket. My name is Souq. Bye.
Now, how is it that Souq John just mentioned Priye alone? What about me? What should he grab me? Maybe a pair of boots so I can get on the field to play football. It's been a wonderful show, Priye.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I like the fact that whenever we are talking sports, Souq comes, it brings the monetary part of it. And that's what actually inspired you some 2 days ago that you want to play
playing football in my mind, yeah. We're talking about intellectual football.
You get paid in the mind too.
No. I should get paid, really, because, you know, we'll just be talking about the match, talking about the game. You know, those who watch are the ones who can really play the game more than those on the field until they get onto the field.
I see.
Well, thank you so much for being a part of the show today. Your contributions and posts and perspectives are very much valued. We ask that we'll do this again tomorrow as you watch and join the conversation on the front burners tomorrow. I am Blessing A. Chase. There was Souq News TV. You will benefit a great deal from the news broadcast and also other programs coming your way.
Yes, and I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Good morning to you once again, and have a splendid day.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The global center for traditional medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period.
Brutally Frank, the much anticipated autobiography of E.K. Clark, an elder statesman and a frontline advocate of equity in Nigeria, unveils at the Muson Center in Lagos and receives thrilling reviews from dignitaries who have come to grace the event. The August gathering, made up of intellectuals, politicians, and business moguls, at the Bull presentation, revealed the influential legacy of Edwin Clark, a renowned elder statesman. The vibrant culture of Niger Delta region, where Clark hails from, was proudly showcased. Chairman of the Bull Presentation Committee, Professor Hope Egaga, an English professor at the University of Lagos, in a welcome address, provided a brief overview of Brutally Frank, the autobiography of E.K. Clark. While speaking to Souq News, Egaga highlighted the importance of the book for national change.
Well, as the title suggests, the author is very frank about national issues that have affected development in Nigeria, the political level, social level, and then the cultural level. He has been a direct participant for over 70 years in national affairs, and he speaks truth to power. He writes letters, he has written letters to presidents, serving and former presidents, raising fundamental issues about the Nigerian state. It's true that not too many people read serious books, but there is a class of people who would always read books. And for those who are interested in the history of Nigeria, we have got others already. They have been sent, copies have been sent to all the universities. Somebody bought copies for all the universities in the Niger Delta. There will be reference books. We know the Gen Z generation will not read. They don't have time for such. But amongst them, if it's just 1% that will read, that will be fine.
The special guest of honor, Professor Wole Soyinka, represented by Chief Densi Kentebi, a member of the Ijaw Forum and former Executive Secretary of Nigeria Local Content, expressed excitement about witnessing the evolution of Clark's thought over time. In a glowing review, Brutally Frank's unveiling was praised by dignitaries present who shared insights from the book.
It's a knowledgeable book because you can see the transition from the 60s all the way to the present day Nigeria and how things have developed and gone southwards. So if you listen to Pa Clark, it gives you a different perspective at every given generation. And that is what I liked about it. Well, I think Nigerians should be frank with themselves, like Papa has been, brutally frank, and look at the good and bad, and look at the things that we had done that made us a great country, and go back to those things.
So the book is also about Nigeria, and it shows that the country has gone through tough times, but we are very resilient, and we overcome all those situations, and that the country has a future. I think but that future must be built on equity, on fairness. Like he says, and it's in the book, that there should be no second-class Nigerians. All Nigerian children should aspire one day to be the best that God has put in them.
At the grand age of 96, Edwin Clark penned his memo on Nigeria, a work that aims to ignite introspection and pave the way for positive transformation. Chamaka Opara, Souq News.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souq News.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape, influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumba Gbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to bring Souq to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government wants to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up, and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for Souq News.
Tradition is a fundamental aspect of every native community. Observing it does not only remind people of who they are, it helps young people to learn and also aids in preserving ancestral history, moments and efforts that binds them together, enriching the vibrant identity their community now exudes. In India, Dhanteras is one of such tradition and integral culture of the Hindu community, a significant festival that marks the onset of the 5-day Diwali celebrations, Festival of Light. Observed on the 13th lunar day of the Krishna Paksha, which is the dark fortnight in the Hindu month of Kartik. The festival is dedicated to welcoming wealth and prosperity, reflecting in its name. Dhanteras combines Dhan, meaning wealth, and Teras, representing the 13th day. This auspicious occasion is celebrated with great enthusiasm as households are thoroughly cleaned and decorated, symbolizing the removal of negativity and the invitation of fortune. People create intricate rangoli designs and light diyas to honor the goddess Lakshmi, the deity of wealth, and invite her blessings. Dhanteras has roots in the Hindu mythology, highlighting two divine manifestations from the legendary churning ocean, or Samudra Mantha. On this day, the goddess Lakshmi is believed to have emerged from the ocean, and devotees worship her for blessings of prosperity. Another divine figure, Dhanvantari, the physician of the gods and an incarnation of Vishnu, also appeared carrying the Amrita, underscoring the day's connection to health and wealth. Astrologers such as Vats note the festival's dual blessings traditionally associated with wealth. Dhanteras is also linked to health, with prayers to Dhanvantari promoting healing and well-being. The observance of Dhanteras, also known as Lakshmi Puja, includes varied customs across India. In Maharashtra, dried coriander seeds mixed with jaggery are offered to Lakshmi. Many light sky lamps and diyas to honor Yama, the god of death, for protection. Evening rituals involve singing bhajans and offering sweets to Lakshmi, while families purchase new items like gold, silver, and kitchenware to symbolize luck and prosperity for the coming year. Village communities extend blessings to their livelihoods, with farmers honoring cattle through rituals and treats. In South India, particularly Tamil Nadu, Brahmin families observe Dhanteras by preparing marundu, a traditional medicine that balances the body's tridosh, marking an Ayurvedic approach to health and longevity. In Gujarat, family gatherings feature festive meals like dabat and malpua, showcasing regional diversity. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness, health, and prosperity for the year ahead. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
Augmented reality (AR) is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, is a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souq News.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are three reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationship with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for Souq News.
It's another independence anniversary for Nigeria as the nation marks its 64th year of freedom from the colonial masters. Since 1960, the nation has experienced a mix of military rule and civilian democracy, both of which have shaped its political, social, and economic landscape. Nigeria's governance began under a parliamentary system but was soon disrupted by a 1966 military coup, followed by the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970. Subsequently, military regimes under Generals Buhari, Babangida, and Abacha brought significant changes but were met by corruption, human rights abuses, and suppression of democratic rights. The annulment of the 1993 elections led to unrest, but Nigeria returned to civilian rule in 1999 under President Olusegun Obasanjo, marking the beginning of the Fourth Republic.
Obasanjo should be credited with reforming the civil service. He did his lot to improve the civil service. He did a little bit about infrastructure. And this issue of technology, Obasanjo blazed the trail. Telecommunications emanated from him. The advent, the pioneering efforts of telecommunications agencies can be traced to him. But he did a foundation. He tried to put the country together, tried to detribalize Nigerians. And he stressed the issue of leadership. He may have his own faults, but he emphasized the need for leadership to be accountable. The military government did not have to annul the election because it was the freest election in the history of Nigeria. It was a disappointment and a disaster for that election to be annulled. And all the challenges and problems that we have now, political problems, emanate from that annulment. In other words, people did not trust government anymore. People did not trust the electoral process anymore. And people looked on politics as a dirty game. Outside Nigeria, it portrayed us in bad light as a government that was trending towards military dictatorship. Journalists, scholars, intellectuals, the labor, the academia, the diplomatic corps, everybody talked about this annulment. That it was unnecessary, it was uncalled for, and it was unconstitutional.
We changed from a military regime to democracy, for the democracy which they say that is for the people and by the people. But what we are seeing now is not for the people. It's for those that have muscle. It's not for a common man in Nigeria. So I think even when we were under the military regime, we enjoy few things. Though under military regime, no, let me say, it's not like a democracy, because military regime, those people, they have their own laws that if you are no politicians, then everybody is under military. So if you are a corrupt leader, they know how to deal with you. That was even when Abacha was the president. We knew how everything went on. Those people that they will kill because of their dubious way. So now, and even when we said that, okay, we don't want that to happen again, we want democracy so that we can make life better for our people. But now we are living very difficult, very, very difficult. So for even a common man to put food on his table is very, very difficult.
Since 1999, Nigeria has held 6 general elections, contributing to political stability. However, weak institutions and poor governance have hindered development. While reforms were initiated under Presidents Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, Jonathan, and Buhari, systemic corruption drained resources and stalled growth. Anti-corruption efforts, although crucial, were often tainted by selective prosecution. Despite reforms, economic challenges persist. Between 2015 and 2017, Nigeria's GDP declined, reflecting minimal improvement in living standards. High youth unemployment remains a pressing issue, leading to frustration and social unrest. The Buhari administration focused on combating corruption and improving infrastructure, but inflation and joblessness continue to worsen.
From Obasanjo till now, I think there's no continuity. There was a breach somehow. Corruption came in, and there were not enough institutions, there were not enough instrumentality of government to curb corruption. Corruption came into government itself. I said there was no continuity because you have some projects that are still existing. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, for instance, it's has been on and off almost 15 years or 16 years since it has been on. There have been other projects like that. In other words, there was no blueprint for the development of Nigeria.
Despite Nigeria's natural wealth, widespread corruption has resulted in uneven development. Sectors like education and healthcare have suffered, especially in rural areas. Although some gains have been made in democratic consolidation with improved electoral processes, substantial challenges remain.
Nigeria is not working for its citizens. There's a difference between intention and outcome. The government says it has good intentions, that is doing all it can. You are throwing everything at the economy. You are saying, you are doing this. But what is the reality of the common man on the street? That's what needs to be fixed. Where the common man is suffering, it is the government's responsibility to ensure that things become better. So if government is giving itself kudos and saying, yes, we're doing the work, we're doing this and that, that's the intention you have. But that's not the outcome. That's not what the common man is feeling. So more work needs to be done. It's as simple as that. I was still arguing with someone a couple of minutes ago when he said, well, maybe military is better. And I said, no, military is not better. Most countries that develop, that have good human development indexes are governed in a democracy. It's not the best form of governance, but I don't know of a better form of governance than democracy. I mean, to me, it's best that, the country remains a democracy. But the point is, how do we elect the leaders? The leaders, even our electoral system needs to improve. Many times, a lot of rigging goes on, a lot of, election malpractices and things like that. These things need to improve so that people can truly elect who they want. If people elect who they want, maybe they can have a better say in the governance. But when you are not part of the recruitment of your leaders, then you have little or nothing to say. So these are some of the issues. But by and large, we find ourselves with the leaders that we have now. They themselves should do better. The perception out there by everybody, without any exception, is that the leaders are only, taking care of themselves, leaving the citizens to fend for themselves. It shouldn't be so.
Looking at the many challenges being faced by Nigeria, the question is, what brought us here? Where did we start? Where did these challenges begin from? Could creating multiple states, the addition of states, could it be one of the problems that we have today? Let's find out.
What we have seen is that most of Nigerian states are not viable. So that's why some people will clamor that let's return to parliamentary system of governance where you have the parliament and you have provinces and things like that. The argument is neither here nor there. But statistically and from data, states in Nigeria as it is today, they are not viable. If you remove federal allocation from many of the states, most of them will collapse in terms of financial collapse. They are not viable. So trying to create more states, I don't know who is clamoring for it. If the present ones are not viable, why do you want to create more states?
Since 1985, Babangida was ruling. What the problem we have for us there is that he created many states and it's too much. That's more, our population is too high. Until now, and it gives us problem. And they still they want that new government now, they should give them more states. And it's not good. Population will be rising up. And we know I have enough of things to benefit for us in Nigeria. What we need this government now, this democracy now, to should stop it, to be increased state anyhow for the population. Because the problem Babangida gave us in Nigeria is that from 19 to 36, and now we are going to 40, it's bad.
The election of President Bola Tinubu in 2023 brings hope for renewed focus on economic recovery. However, his administration faces significant challenges, including unemployment, inflation, and insecurity. The removal of fuel subsidies and fluctuating currency values have compounded the difficulties faced by ordinary Nigerians, with rising costs for transportation, food, and healthcare.
Now we are living very difficult, very, very difficult. So for even a common man to put food on his table is very, very difficult. And if you look at, like me now, I'm living in Souq, a place that I will pay from there to Oshodi. Before I was paying like 500 naira, 700 naira, but today I pay 1,000 naira to get to Oshodi. I was in Edo State. Fuel in Edo State is sold at the price of 1,300 and 1,400 naira per liter. So I don't even enjoy anything called democracy, because even common man now, you cannot put food on the table. Under military regime, we eat fine, we live fine. Even most of the things that we are enjoying was being built up by military. Even the roads, major roads that we could not repair them, major bridges that we could not repair them, name them. So we enjoy it. Even the refinery that 4 refineries that this democracy cannot bring it up. And then it was built under military regime. And now all 200 Nigerian people depending on Dangote's refinery to make life better. I don't think that is right.
The paper we are using, we are buying it let's say last year, we are buying it 3,000, 3,700. But now it's 6,000. The one I bought last is 6,500. This printing paper. So everything is too costly. Employ our government to please help us find solution to this situation. It's too much. It's too terrible to survive.
Ẹ wo irú ṣókóńdọ̀ tí èló là ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀ à ń rà ní 4,000 but things so to be 5+. Ó ti yé yín gbogbo àwọn ọjà ìyá wágùn tẹ wá rí nǹkan kan jẹ mọ́ èyí tó yẹ kó jẹ́ profit tiwa wọ́n ti mọ́.
Iṣẹ́ mọ́rúwá làwa ń ṣe ìlú wa yìí bó ṣe wà yìí oúnjẹ wọn a lè mú 1,000 dání èló làwọn onímọ̀rúwá ń pa owó ilé tá à ń san nílẹ̀ nísìn tẹ́ bá gbọ́ rúmà ń palọ̀ agbára wò ká rúmà ń palọ̀ àwọn onílé tá à ń gbàrú èrúùmù lọ́wọ́ wọn gan iye owó tó ń gbé ilé lẹ̀ fún wa sí ó ti wọ́n jù kí ìjọba wa kàn bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí.
I know this is a painful thing to us because the way our situation be, at least our society is not really okay. But I want to say we are just manage it everything and take it like as if it's not disturb us for mind. But when the time reach, I hope everybody will celebrate it. That's what I have to say.
1980, so I finished school. But now, even though to pay money for the school, it's very difficult for people now in Nigeria, not Lagos, but in Nigeria. And people was complaining, you have a leadership, you can give order to what happened. Like when I was in school by time 1980, on this one, Jakonde, big house. Now to pay money for the rent house now, it's very hard. Even though to enter the transport, and people are talking about the fuel. What our president want to do about the fuel and what happened about the landlord and the transportation in Nigeria now. The president to find solution on it.
Nigeria's journey since independence reflects both progress and persistent challenges. While strides have been made in democratic stability, corruption and economic mismanagement continue to hold the nations back. Moving forward, stronger institutions and governance reforms are essential to realizing Nigeria's full potential. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbon family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edu. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Kadozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social. And currently, I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches. And I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life. I know it's tough when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken. They do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know. And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company in industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now. I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have, in the country. You can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that you're not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from Afrif. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing And it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film, it could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Starr, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices, we'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see their activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they got to think about. You got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you got to pay bills. But hip hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. It's interesting, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states and the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. You know, because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Ipega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Ipega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos, or should I say Abuja, was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments. and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we would go to Ijebu, we would go to Benin, we would go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad would pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion evolving through Nigeria has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigene in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutional, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country, because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 18th, 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, you know, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you're treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the mass, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you were paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I don't put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kora player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoise shell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the many people who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the many people say to God, please give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these many people has to go to the Venus bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in a God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by some. I've watched this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are part in producing their own shows. And it's very important, like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well, that Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have very good English business partner, Israeli business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. In Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow well. Souq is very. My riverside, there's one seafood okra that I strive to find if I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking when my wife makes me a nice. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be a lie to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays, and Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo, Nigeria. I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment, and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make wealth, and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for production, which remains accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings. Is landscape.
The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These by Vendetta Resources holds majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Investors from like Brazil and South Africa.
A warm welcome to you this afternoon. It's Meet the News on Souq News Television. I am Grace Komolafe. Let's take you through some top stories for today. On the headline stories, federal government lists 368.3 billion naira bond on the Nigerian Exchange Limited. Nigeria's lithium reserves now in high global demand. National Assembly cites error in 2025 budget, adjust expenditure allocation. And on transportation, Lagos State Governor slashes red line fare by 30% while NRC reaffirms commitment. Thank you for always joining us, and now the news in details. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves have attracted global attention, with a worldwide demand for the mineral estimated to exceed $34 billion. As a key component in battery production for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, lithium is in high demand. Several countries and multinational companies have shown increasing interest in Nigeria's lithium resources, recognizing its crucial role in powering the green energy revolution. The Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alaki, represented by his Special Assistant on Media, Segun Tomori, reiterated that lithium factories are greatly rising in Nigeria today due to the interest for the product. Tomori also mentioned that Minister Alake inaugurated a lithium factory in 2024, and so far 2 more factories have been commissioned, with another currently under construction. Regarding Nigeria's passport printer crisis in U.S., the federal government has announced that it has resolved this challenge at its consulates in the U.S. at the states, Atlanta and New York. The Minister on Interior, Honorable Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, announced the resolution of the passport printer through his special advisor on media and publicity, Babatunde Alao, noting that the minister had earlier directed the Nigeria Immigration Service (NIS) to deploy new passport printers to the affected locations to ease processing delays. According to him, the new machines were delivered and installed on February 18, ensuring that operations at the consulates returned to normal. Honorable Tunji Ojo reaffirmed the ministry's commitment to innovation and improved system delivery, emphasizing that this intervention underscores the government's dedication to meeting the needs of Nigerians, both at home and abroad. Still on the government, the National Assembly on Tuesday reviewed the 2025 budget just a week after its passage, citing errors in the previously approved figures. While the total budget remains 54.99 trillion naira, lawmakers reduced capital expenditure by over 500 billion naira and reallocated the amount to recurrent expenditure. The adjustments were made following recommendations from the Joint Appropriation Committee, which identified discrepancies in allocations for various ministries, departments, and agencies. At plenary sessions, both the Senate and House of Representatives effected corrections, leading to reductions in budget estimates for key sectors such as defense, police affairs, and pensions.
Meanwhile, allocations to the presidency, ministries of information, security, agriculture, works, and health, among others, saw an upward review. The chairman of the House Committee on Rules and Business, Francis Wave, explained that the amendments were necessary to ensure accuracy and efficiency in budget implementation. Despite changes, Wave confirmed that critical components like statutory transfers, which is 3.64 trillion naira, and non-debt recurrent expenditure, 13.56 trillion naira, remain unchanged. He emphasized that the House's intervention was procedural and would not alter the overall budget size. With the corrections now approved, the government is expected to proceed with implementation, ensuring adequate funding for both capital projects and operational expenses in the 2025 fiscal year. On NGX, the federal government has listed a 368.3 billion naira bond along with 234 billion naira in supplementary bond issues on the Nigerian Exchange Limited. This was disclosed in a notice filed on the exchange by the head of the Issuer Regulation Department, Obioma Oge. According to the notice, the newly listed bond named 22.60% FGN January 2035 has a total value of 368,309,761,000 naira and 368,309,761 units issued. The bond comes with a 22.60% coupon and a 10-year tenor. Also, the bond's issue date is January 29, 2024, and its maturity date is January 29, 2035, with coupon payments due twice annually on 29th July and 29th January. We move away from that to a story of national honor. Following the announcement of Chief Edwin Keagbodo Clark's passing, one of Nigeria's most influential elder statesmen, tributes have poured in from President Bola Tinubu, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and leaders across the country. Tinubu hailed Clark as a fearless patriot who spoke truth to power, while Senate President Godswill Akpabio described his passing as a monumental loss to the nation. Southern and Northern governors, as well as organizations like PANDEF and Afenifere, also mourned his death, emphasizing his relentless advocacy for equity and democracy. Governors and political leaders acknowledged Clark's legacy in shaping Nigeria's democratic landscape, particularly in championing the rights of the Niger Delta. Bayelsa State Governor Doye Dire called him an irreplaceable voice, while Peter Obi urged leaders to emulate his unwavering commitment to justice. As Nigeria bids farewell to this nationalist, his contributions to governance and national development remain an enduring legacy. So much accolades and praises on Edwin Clark as the nations mourns his passing. And now we take a break and return with a veteran journalist who has experienced over 7 decades. He's got something to say about this fallen hero. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its a cornerstone of accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, is road landscape. The point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines by Vendetta Resources holds majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Mines the volatility in global markets, infrastructural issues like networks, power shortages, and an uncertain volatility poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency policy. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental protection is vital for sustainable development. Can provide equipment and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in the
Thank you for staying with us and joining us on the Midday News to talk about Edwin Kabudu Clark is Bayo Olaoye, a 7 veteran journalist. It's a pleasure having you join us today.
Thank you, Grace. It's an opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, well, you are well over 70, and I must say you are very active. You know, that's something I admire a lot, I must say. All right, just a few questions, to ask you about Edwin Clark. What would you say is his defining, moments, especially to Nigeria, socio-economic impact? What exactly would you say to that?
Edwin Kabudu Clark, May 25, 1927 to February 17, 2025, was a reputable politician. He was a lawyer, a prominent elder statesman, an accomplished businessman, and a nationalist. He was a staunch advocate for the Niger Delta people and the Ijaw nation, and contributed to the founding of the Pan-Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF. He was also an advocate of restructuring, and I remember last year, June 13, 2024, he wrote a letter to President Bola Tinubu asking that the recommendations of the National Conference of 2014 should be implemented. So he was a staunch advocate for the Niger Delta and the Ijaw people. He was also a former Minister for Information, and in my early years as a journalist in those days, I used to go to his residence in Apapa to interview him on different national issues. He was a nationalist and an illustrious son in Nigeria.
Okay, so as a prominent, advocate for justice and fairness, what would you say are those moments or those legacies that actually defined him as a person?
He was the tribalized Nigerian, and he was particular about the Niger Delta area, the Ijaw Nation, and because of his passion for his roots at Kiabodo, he established a university there, Edward Clark University. I think that's a legacy because he devoted most of his resources to that, to the establishment of that university. And up to now, people regard it as a monument. So I think he contributed a lot to development, he contributed a lot to political awareness and national unity.
All right. So in your own opinion, would you say pouring tributes, in remembrance and honor of him, would you say that's enough? As someone that has contributed to the nation,
I don't think it's enough. We don't have to be emotional about it. Government should establish or name one institution in Nigeria, one national institution after him. Because right from the onset, when he was a councillor in Bomadi local government, he had always advocated for the unity and development of Nigeria. So I'm suggesting that the National Institute of Orientation or whatever, the presidency, should consider naming a national institution or a national national institution after Edwin Kiabodo Clark, because he has been a committed advocate for national development, national unity, and national cohesion.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll be taking so much of your time, and that will be all. We must say thank you, Bayo Olawiye.
It's a pleasure.
Yes, and so we want to continue with the midday news, but we'll take a break, and when we return, we'll bring you the rest of the story. Please stay with us. It's still the midday news on Souq News Television, and now we move to Lagos. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has announced a 30% reduction in the red line transportation fare, lowering the cost from 1,500 naira to 1,000 naira. Speaking at the inauguration of the Abule Egba bus terminal, the governor emphasized the government's commitment to making public transportation affordable and accessible for the residents. He reiterated that investments in modern infrastructure such as the newly commissioned terminal were aimed at easing commuting and enhancing connectivity across the state. Sanwo-Olu also highlighted the state's broader transportation plans, including the expansion of the rail network with the upcoming green and purple lines. The green line, expected to move over 1 million passengers daily, will link Marina to key areas like Victoria Island, Lekki, and Aja, while the purple line will connect Lagos and Ogun State. These projects, alongside the introduction of compressed natural gas and electric buses by 2025, are designed to modernize Lagos' transportation system and reduce travel time for commuters. During the event, the managing director of the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, Abimbola Akin-Ajo, reaffirmed the government's vision of integrating multiple transport modes for seamless commuting. She stated that the new bus terminal would improve travel efficiency and complement the state's existing transport infrastructure. Meanwhile, Managing Director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, NRC, Kayode Okpefa, reaffirmed the corporation's commitment to making rail transport the preferred mobility options in the country. In a statement on NRC's official X account, Okbeifa said the corporation is focused on improving passenger experience by increasing the number of coaches and enhancing train frequency and convenience. The NRC Managing Director further noted that the provision of quality of rail service is top priority in a bid to providing affordable, safe and secure rail transportation service to Nigerians. Away from that, Kano State has taken a major step towards technological advancement with the launch of the Sustainable and Emerging Technologies Institute, SETI, at Bayero University, Kano. The institute is expected to drive innovation and industrialization, equipping young Nigerians with the skills to compete in the global technology space. The federal government, through the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, is spearheading the project. Speaking at the groundbreaking ceremony, Naseni's Executive Vice Chairman Khalil Sulaiman Halilu emphasized SETI's focus on artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, and research development, all supported by a stable power supply. Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Godfrey Naji, described the project as a strategic move to position Nigeria as a global innovation hub. Box Vice Chancellor Professor Sage Adamu Abbas also highlighted the Institute's role in bridging the gap between government, academia, and industry, fostering economic growth and job creation. With SETI, Kano is set to become a center for cutting-edge research and technological breakthroughs, strengthening Nigeria's position in the global tech ecosystem. Still on development, the Minister of Steel Development, Saibu Audu, has called on international donor agencies to support the revitalization of Nigeria's steel sector. Speaking at a meeting with representatives from the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and the Australian High Commission in Abuja, the minister emphasized the urgent need for funding and technical expertise to revive key steel facilities, including the Ajaokuta Steel Company and the National Iron Ore Mining Company. Audu outlined the ministry's strategy to boost domestic steel production, upgrading infrastructure, enhancing operational efficiency, and supporting small and medium-sized enterprises in the metallurgy sector. He highlighted ongoing initiatives such as the establishment of metallurgical scrap collection centers across Nigeria's geopolitical zones and the modernization of Metallurgical Training Institute in Onitsha to equip workers with advanced technical skills. Despite these efforts, the minister acknowledged significant funding gaps, stressing that the transportation and transformation of Nigeria's steel industry requires substantial capital investment. He urged international partners to provide financial assistance and strategic guides, stating that a modernized steel sector would reduce import dependency, create jobs, and drive industrial growth. In response, donor agencies pledged the support to ensuring the sector's long-term sustainability in alignment with global standards. And the Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPCL, Mele Kyari, has emphasized the critical role of energy security in national development. Speaking at the 6th Annual International Conference and Exhibition of the Nigerian Mining and Geoscience Society in Abuja, Kyari stated that no country can afford to ignore energy security as it directly impacts economic stability and national safety. He highlighted the importance of solid minerals in energy generation and storage, particularly in the production of electric vehicle batteries and solar technology. Kyari noted that Nigeria possesses vital minerals such as lithium in commercial quantities, which could position the country as a key player in the global clean energy transition. He urged stakeholders to leverage these resources to drive industrial growth and reduce dependency on energy export. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll bring you more stories. Please stay with us.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive various things, such as things you can see, hear, and making it interactive and immersive. Emergence of this transformative technology seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core, then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souq News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947.
Welcome back, and wrapping up with sports, Nigerian Premier Football League (NPFL) weekday games will be played on today 19th and Thursday 20th, as all league teams will be featured. 8 out of the 10 scheduled games will be played later today, with the first game being El Kanami Warriors versus Bendel Insurance will kick off 3 p.m. local time at the El Kanami Stadium. Afterwards, 7 games will be played simultaneously at 4 p.m. local time, with Aqua United versus Rivers United, Abia Warriors battling Rangers International, Sunshine Stars go against Kano Pillars, Niger Tornadoes versus Heartland, and Bayelsa United welcoming Nasarawa United at the Samson Siasa Stadium. The last 2 games of the night, played at 5:30 p.m. will feature Ikorodu City versus Plateau United and Shooting Stars versus Lobby Stars. And Thursday 20th will be Castina United going against Eyimba and Remo Stars, ending the weekday fixtures when Key Player would play against Kwara United. And that's all on the Midday News. Thank you for watching. My name is Grace Komalafe. Don't forget, we are on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Thread, and X. Follow us for more updates. Good afternoon.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we had it, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place, and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends. Okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were our brothers' keepers. School was fun. teachers were all there just to teach you. And there was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, you know. So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balende to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, you know. So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji, you know. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them, we still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. You know, we help out. Because, I mean, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, you know, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing, and I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do. But I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, then went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Lintas, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left the Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Souq, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann, got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB Macan then. I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director invited me. Of the he agreed. Public. And it to make yes. But custom too many for size and yeah. To real again. I was treated on the and yes, I eventually bowed out from the bar and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, you know, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, you know, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago, you know, but I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, in the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio. Okay, interesting stories. I had there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, you know. A lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know. And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the new stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check. Okay? I mean, we have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be. You know, so in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts so before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. I mean, people are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity in the media. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, you talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feel important because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay, so that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay, but at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the banks than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks. So people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still going. The bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and you know, the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it with people who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalende, Igbosere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I have learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igboshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were going to reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and the environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? It's become what I'm known with, and I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out when they can be like, they can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Primarily the female. Even the guys wearing what they, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. I mean, to talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them, because they are not going to take us over. I mean, they are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right, because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling, okay? You still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and other. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I walk. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up till today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? So you don't become like a Christmas tree on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up the slightly heavy one and the slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news. Breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member. I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental. When you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the the trophy, the goal in football event, made possible by the supporters club, support of the supporters club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And then when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service, but the president gave us 50 million. I mean, good luck, Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters Club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the Supporters Club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the president general is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the president general worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them will not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me what did we win in the last 8, 9 years. Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible. But it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it, now it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouze. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Ahmadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these 2 coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. The last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3-4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to both the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future, and of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football, yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this, if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 who play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or her own has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Etiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the third place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's why we're asking that we should put more money, we should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports, they give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match. In Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
I was born on the 16th day of October 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king, and he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the upper Bini won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing, my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. My parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work so, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC words, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. There was nothing wrong. In fact, when I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, they're having something in school, I'm there. Okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give as end of year? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes, and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could say that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close the show. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will invite me, the top fashion designers there would, when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design group is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept them. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try and be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually have earned more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decide whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education, And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what, I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after a service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't her thing.
You would have thought that having done or gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because They had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Souq Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Souq SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from her entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolayan movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Souq SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awosika's octogenarian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Dupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awosika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Ukuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakonde was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakonde. Souq Enlightenment. The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is in no doubt.
It's 3 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria. Welcome to the World News. I'm Blessing Aichi. Let's get the headlines. The 2025 Public Financial Management Conference is opened in Kampala, the capital of Uganda, with a call on professional accountants to be more transparent while handling public resources. In a keynote address, Uganda's Minister of State for Finance, Henry Musasizi, highlighted the need for public accountants to embrace technology in order to eliminate cases of corruption that have continued to characterize public sector management and financial accountability. Musasizi also emphasized the need for African economies to operate under manageable public debt so as not to strain efforts geared towards economic growth and revenue collection. The conference, with theme Enhancing Public Finance in Africa, Progress and Prospects, focuses on equipping African financial managers with necessary tools and knowledge needed to enhance governance, combat corruption, and ensure financial stability for the future generation. Zambia's Ministry of Finance says the government has suspended a 15% export tax on precious stones and metals in a bid to enhance competitiveness on the global market and draw investment. According to a statement issued today by the Finance Ministry, Zambian precious stones and metals will now be priced more competitively on the global market, as this is aimed at attracting greater interest from international buyers, leading to higher sales volumes. Zambia, which is the world's second largest emerald producer after Colombia, reintroduced a tax in January 2025 after it was suspended in 2019 before further suspension today. We move on now to the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning of Liberia, which has committed $8.8 million annually to support salary top-ups for government employees in key sectors such as health, education, security, and agriculture. This initiative, confirmed by the Director General of the Civil Service Agency, Josiah F. Jokai, during a press briefing, is aimed at raising salaries for those earning below the minimum wage and will directly benefit approximately 5,612 employees. Jokai highlighting ongoing collaboration with sector ministries to finalize the process, announced that the Ministry of Education will receive $3.1 million to supplement teachers' salaries, benefiting around 9,515 employees. Additionally, the Liberian National Police will be allotted $900,000, impacting 4,656 personnel, while the Liberia Immigration Service will receive $750,714 to support about 200 officers. Employees earning below the minimum wage will see their salaries adjusted to at least $150, with further adjustment based on their roles. The government has already completed the process for the Ministries of Health, Education, and the Liberian National Police, with adjustments for other entities still pending. Jokai reaffirms the administration's commitment to improving livelihoods and ensuring transparency, emphasizing that officials failing to uphold integrity will be removed from office. Away from Africa, Vietnam's parliament today voted to revise the country's official growth target for 2025 to at least 8% from the range of 6.5 to 7% approved in November last year. The decision came as the country seeks to create economic momentum this year for sustained double-digit growth from 2025 to 2030. According to Vietnam's Prime Minister Pham Minh Chinh, the economic expansion of 8% is a major challenge, considering that the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development projected global growth for year 2025 to be just 3.3%. He expressed the challenge of achieving the two centenary goals for higher income levels by 2030 and 2045 if the growth rate is kept at a moderate level of 6 to 7%. Elsewhere, Russia's Sovereign Wealth Fund anticipates several U.S. companies will re-enter the Russian markets by mid-2025, said the chief Kirill Dmitriev, following high-level U.S.-Russia talks. Many Western firms, including McDonald's and Caterpillar, exited Russia after sanctions were imposed following the Ukraine invasion in 2022. Dmitriev claims U.S. companies lost $324 billion due to their withdrawal. Meetings in Saudi Arabia between U.S. officials, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Russian representatives, signal a shift in policy. President Donald Trump has prioritized U.S.-Russia negotiations, sidelining Ukraine and European powers. Dmitriev warned returning U.S. firms may face challenges as domestic players have taken over key market segments. Talks between Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are expected soon, potentially reshaping economic ties. This is the World News on Souq News TV. We'll bring you more stories after this break. Do stay tuned. Many thanks for staying tuned to the World News on Souq News TV. With investment in sales totaling 13.6 trillion yuan, approximately $1.9 trillion, sectors like solar power, electric vehicles, and batteries drove growth. EVs and vehicle batteries alone contributed 39% of the clean energy economy. China's strategic push into clean energy aims to reduce oil imports and strengthen energy security. The nation is expected to maintain its momentum despite global uncertainties, with upcoming policies in its 2026 five-year plan shaping the future. Carbon Brief's Simon Evans noted China's long-term commitment, noting that they have invested heavily and would turn back, regardless of U.S. policies. China reaffirmed its climate commitment at COP29, emphasizing economic benefits rather than political motives. Meanwhile, China has strongly criticized the United States at the World Trade Organization WTO, warning that Washington's sweeping tariffs risk global economic instability. Following his return to office, President Donald Trump imposed an additional 10% levy on Chinese imports and signed executive orders raising steel and aluminum tariffs to 25%, with new car tariffs expected soon. China's WTO ambassador Li Chenggang accused the U.S. of violating trade rules, warning that these tariff shocks could cause inflation, market disruptions, and even a global recession. In response, China imposed retaliatory tariffs on U.S. coal and liquefied natural gas. WTO Director General Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala urged global trade leaders to maintain cool heads and work towards reforms amid rising tensions. The Mauritanian Minister of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, Dr. Kaviraj Sharma Souq, has launched the National Innovator Hall of Fame 2025 competition alongside a call for proposals to promote innovation in key sectors. Both initiatives funded by the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council (MRIC) aim to encourage Mauritians to transform their ideas into impactful projects. The competition will recognize outstanding innovators in categories such as SMEs, individuals, public organizations, and NGOs, with winners receiving cash prizes and recognition. Dr. Souq emphasized that innovation is for everyone, urging citizens of all backgrounds to contribute. The call for proposals focuses on 5 key themes: health, innovation, financial innovation, creative industry and e-innovation, precision engineering and manufacturing, and Rodrigo's innovation. To support this effort, the government is offering 2 funding schemes: the Innovation Boost Grant, which provides up to 1 million rupees for 1-year projects, and the Collaborative Research and Innovation Grant Scheme, offering up to 5 million rupees for 2-year initiatives. Speaking at the event, MRIC Executive Director Professor Tisan Bahurin highlighted the Council's commitment to advancing national research and development. He noted that MRIC continues to support innovation through strategic partnerships and funding opportunities aligned with Mauritius' evolving priorities. The National Innovator Hall of Fame competition aims to inspire creativity and drive groundbreaking solutions, ensuring a brighter future for the country's innovation landscape. We're due for another break on the World News. To stay tuned for more stories. We begin this part of the world news with stories from the UK, where the Office for National Statistics (ONS) says UK's inflation rate rose sharply to 3% in January this year. Data released by the ONS today revealed that core inflation, which excludes more volatile energy, food, alcohol, and tobacco prices, rose to 3.7%, above the 3.2% recorded in December last year. The data agency highlighted that the largest upward contribution to the monthly change in the Consumer Price Index, CPI, came from transport, food, and non-alcoholic beverages, as the British CPI fell to 2.5% in December, with core price growth also slowing further. Meanwhile, the British pound has remained steady against the dollar, trading at 1.2615 to a dollar. U.S. businesses operating in Spain have urged President Donald Trump's administration to consider Spain's trade deficit with the United States before imposing new tariffs. The American Chamber of Commerce in Spain, AmCham Spain, sent a letter to U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, highlighting that Spain imports more from the U.S. than it exports, unlike the broader European Union. Trump has proposed reciprocal tariffs on countries that impose duties on U.S. goods, while the European Commission argues its tariffs are among the lowest globally. Spain exported 18.1 billion euros in goods like petrochemicals, olive oil, and wine to the U.S. last year, while imports reached 28.1 billion euros. AmCham Spain called for dialogue to avoid trade retaliation, emphasizing the need for stability for businesses and workers on both sides of the Atlantic. We turn now to the world of sports. The second leg of the UEFA Champions League playoff qualification games resumed on Tuesday 18, as 4 games were played to determine the clubs that will progress into the round of 16. Dutch side Feyenoord came into the second leg with a 1-0 aggregate advantage against Milan. The return leg was played in San Siro Stadium, Italy, as Milan, through Santiago Gimenez, scored in the first minute. Although after Milan's Theo Hernandez was issued a red card, Feyenoord capitalized with a goal late in the 73rd minute, ending the game to a 1-1 draw and ultimately going through to the round of 16, winning the tie 2-1 on aggregate. Like the previous game, Bayern Munich drew with Celtic 1-1 1-1, but qualified to the next round on a 3-2 aggregate win. Club Brugge defeated Atalanta 3-1 away from home, winning 5-2 on aggregate, and Benfica played a 3-3 draw against Monaco as the Portuguese side were ultimately victorious with 4-3 on aggregate. 4 other games were played today to confirm the 8 teams that would join the already qualified for the round of 16. Sports completes the world news on Souq News Television this afternoon. Many thanks for watching. We're live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Thread, and X. Please follow, like a post, and leave a comment. I am Blessing AJ. Good afternoon.
Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
School. Oh. That's true. Because side two these for now if the previous years radio from all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America because we were taught about all this every time they took us from school to take part in school's debates on radio. We just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Sabio, who later became Mrs. Kefe. Then we had people like Tung
Adedoyin, and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old. You wouldn't know anything about that now. The rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now, but actually they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question. I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear in WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth, and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image or whatever message you have to deliver. You have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have done, being a Pied Piper. trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are. If that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without. I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly. It's a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child, and I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Augi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was what, the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. But I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, 2 shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting, behind 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nothing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians, They thought we were from Ghana because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own prime minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That just happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, "Oh, it's raining," and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, you're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anike Agbadilun was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. We can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea, because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenanda Goba or Bojalalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, oh, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like General Didu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. That aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, and then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have a call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, Where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody. They will do a census. They will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. The only thing that has happened to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even from the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station from, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there, still alive, let us ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in me, came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder. He came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people, wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive. Anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed. But in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that have gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wole Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. the image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels when they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to the breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what do you call that, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know whether they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Bishola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can't happen. Sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of Festac. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Festac. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and to apply a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas. Maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the forefront of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept into further at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process. I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. This is really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinkọ graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. It's Osa. It's whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend a meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house the other day. He says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekere songs, to speak Echekere well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also had a hand in my upbringing, was an Echekere man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who is my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right type of food, eat Chekori pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that have ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Chekuri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011, and they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning, but I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will act then to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina, you have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT will have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collected. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money, okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the State Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the State Revenue Service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered, because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Nigerian Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made,
how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect, but they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the joint revenue board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the joint revenue board will now be more powerful than what we know before as joint tax board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my stand is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, "This is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen." So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life, because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money, and the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. your image will be tarnished, you may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT. What you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my region, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5% as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you're looking for a job. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe recharge card and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jack up.
It has been jack up.
And the depression has been jack up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to push people.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.